Hello and welcome to the final night of Surrey Decides Question Time 2021, live in the marquee and online. I am, of course, joined by the lovely Max Maroney. Hello, Max.
Hello. Very excited for tonight.
You are? Oh, you should be. Well, of course, it's the first final night in 4 years that we have not at least appeared in some capacity in the room. We will endeavour to provide similar continuity from the annals of the basement of the library.
I can't wait. This is the big one. This is it. This is Voice Zone, VP Voice, Union Chair, and the big one, Union President.
That's right. So today you're going to be finding out the people who are going to be campaigning to be your Voice Zone officers, taking a part-time position during their studies to fight for your academic voice on campus and in the university. Then the VP Voice, or perhaps I don't know the order, there could be any order. The VP Voice, who is the chair of that zone and takes a full-time position. We then have the Union Chair, who is a part-time officer, probably the most powerful part-time officer individually, who's in charge of accountability and a few other remits. They kind of pick and choose some of their remit in the year based on the manifesto, and keeping all of your officers in line and following the manifestos you elected them on, and also chairing some of the central committees of the union. And there's the big one, of course, the president, who will be leading, sort of figureheading the union and driving some of the direction of the union through the course of the year. Now, I'm seeing quite a few of our first candidates joining us already, and our chair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so while we wait for those candidates just to pop up on the screen in front of us, all logging in from Zoom from the comfort of their homes, seeing a variety of backgrounds, see some nice Voice Zone blue going on in people's outfits and things. Very, very nice. Always love to see it. So just thought we'd explain a little bit about what we will be doing tonight. So we're here, as said, Max and Joel, here to guide you through this evening, explain some of the intricacies of how the union works, what these roles actually mean, and also to beautifully fill the time while they're fixing technical issues, wiping down microphones, and generally getting everything ready in between the debates.
Absolutely. Now, without having looked at what's going to happen tonight, looking back on previous presidential debates, we have seen some spice, haven't we, Max? So you have absolutely no idea what any of the plans could be this evening. What do what can we, explain why the president is so different and what you might expect to see?
Yeah, so basically, I mean, as we said in previous nights, the president and the VPs, they are the full-time roles at the Students' Union. So they're paid. It's your tuition fee money, your VK money that goes towards paying their
You always
salary.
say that, the VK money.
Yeah, well, it's a big thing. You've got to put it into words people will understand, John. Haven't you?
Absolutely, yeah.
And so this is why with their debates, there's a little bit more pressure on, a little bit more questioning to try and really understand whether they'll be good at the role. And with president, it's dialed up the notch just a little bit more.
Absolutely. Now, I don't want to forget, before I get in trouble, that if you would like to submit your own questions, go to ussu.co/questiontime2021. You will have the option, if you log in, to anonymous, well, it's anonymous to the room and anonymous to everybody watching, submit questions, but do not submit anything offensive or distasteful, because you will be found. It's not anonymous behind the scenes.
Of course.
You'll be chased.
And of course, we'll be watching those questions coming through as well. So if you've got any questions for us, anything that's not to do with the candidates, so anything to do with how the union works, what these roles actually mean, or if you just want to ask us a question about anything at all. We've had things about Norwich City Centre and like other things come through. Keep us entertained.
And we're unofficially monitoring the hashtag Surrey Decides on Twitter, but it's not an official communication channel now. But if you want to talk to us, we'll certainly see it.
Of course. Twitter still exists as much as we want to pretend that it doesn't. So, yeah, we'll be watching that as well for all your memes and things coming through. So, if you're just joining us, we are about to go to the Voice Zone Committee debate. It's the first one coming up tonight. We're still waiting for a couple of the candidates, I think, to get connected on the thing. Oh, someone needs to take that question off the screen. Oh, there we go. So yeah, still a few little niggles being sorted out.
That was on prod, wasn't it?
Yeah. Few little niggles being sorted out down in the marquee, of course. So we'll just keep on talking.
The Voice Zone then, this first one. The remit for the Voice Zone, really, it can be a few things. Your academic kind of interests, course reps. The election itself is often considered to be the Voice Zone's priority. The top two elected officers out of the 5 that we're electing will be on Democracy Committee, which is quite a powerful body within the union that sets the direction of the elections. And certainly in a year like this, where things have gone very different for Surrey Decides, they've had to find out how to be dynamic. Of course, one of the core union values. You might be hearing more about those later this evening. And yes, I did chair the Voice Zone debate last year, and the team that were elected, Joel, Megan, Lester, Renee, and Russell, have done a terrific job. And it's a terrible job. Done a terrific job this year. And I look forward to seeing what the next set of Voice Zone candidates have to offer.
Yeah, and of course, typically, the Voice Zone is the zone for people who have something to say. I think that's what it says on the thing, doesn't it? So, yeah, typically in this debate, you see it get a little bit more fiery. People who've maybe got experience doing this kind of thing before.
They've been scorned by something, maybe. I don't know.
No stranger to a debate or putting their hand up in lectures. That's these are the kind of people. The people who put their hand up in lectures.
Of course, it's still very scary to come out onto these debates, and nerves are not unheard of, and it's perfectly okay to be a bit nervous in doing these debates. But I think we'll start to expect it, especially when we start to see sabbatical positions, and I've seen some fiery VP voice debates, almost more than president sometimes in the past, where you have people really politically invigorated on some issues, and they can get quite almost defensive of, I haven't got my phone, didn't disturb, get quite defensive of their positions to the other candidates sometimes. So we'll see how it goes today.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one, I think. And of course, also there's always a twist in the story when we get to president. Now, it's the biggest not surprise ever that there will be a surprise. Now, we don't know what that surprise is. You don't know. The candidates don't know. But one thing's for certain: there will be a surprise. And
Absolutely.
I think just being told that they're ready down in the marquee now.
Pretty much,
I think. Candidates in front of us.
Yeah, I can see them. So, are you excited?
I'm very excited.
So, yes, let's go live to the marquee, and we'll start with Lizzie, who is the union president. Roll titles.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Surrey Decides Question Time 2021. Please welcome to the stage your Union President, Lizzie Roddleson.
Everything is changing, and I've been here for too long. Going through the same things, I've been hurt and done wrong. Got to move on, say I can't do this anymore.
Hello and welcome to our third and final night of Surrey Decides Question Time 2021. Some of you may know me from the other nights, but if you don't, my name is Lizzie Roddleson and I am your current Student Union President. This year, we're excited to be able to broadcast Question Time online and in person. Those of you joining us in our amazing marquee will see the candidates on stage, but also on the big screen behind me. Those of you watching from home are seeing the feed that's on the big screen, so don't worry, you're not missing any of the action. This year, we took the decision to reschedule our elections to May, and we're over the moon so many students put themselves forward to make a difference to your student experience. We have over 70 excellent candidates this year from all different areas of student life who you'll hear from over the next few nights, or just tonight. Some in person and some from home. Each candidate, win or lose, has come forward because they would like to make an impact on your time as a student at Surrey. To get involved tonight by asking a question or leaving a comment, you can go to the Union website at usssu.bar, either at home or from your phone in the marquee. Log in and post underneath the live feed. Please be aware we will not tolerate any form of hate speech or abuse towards our candidates or chairs, and any abuse will be reported. No comments are anonymous, so we do know who you are. Each debate will be hosted by a student chair who's also put themselves forward to make sure you can make an informed choice about who to vote for. I'd like to say a huge thank you to all our candidates and student chairs, as well as the amazing teams behind our Question Time debates, who have all made this possible. After having been on this stage for a candidate for the past 3 years, it is incredibly scary, so thank you for taking the leap. Tonight, we'll be hearing from your amazing Voice Zone and sabbatical officers, your union chair candidates, and the one you've all been waiting for, your presidential candidates. The Voice Zone, led this year by Theo Donnelly, leads everything student voice at the union and the university, including overseeing course reps and their training, student democracy, student opinion, and of course, leading our annual Surrey Decides. I want to take this opportunity to say a huge thank you to Kath Phillips, our Voice Zone manager, Alex Harden, our digital experience manager, and Hannah Jones, our course rep coordinator, who have been working tirelessly over the past couple of weeks and months to make sure, despite COVID-19, that Surrey Decides is able to go ahead. Let's show our appreciation with a huge round of applause. Being your student union president this year has been an absolute honour, and I honestly believe it is the best job in the world. I've had the chance to meet so many amazing students, hear incredibly inspiring stories, and I hope that I've made a positive change to your student experience. I am beyond excited to see what our 4 presidential candidates want to bring to your student experience being your next student union president. Now comes the bit that you all know by heart. Before I open question time, can I please issue a reminder for all present in the marquee to abide by COVID guidelines. That includes not moving tables and wearing a mask when walking around the marquee. Please remember to show your appreciation to candidates by clapping and not cheering. I'm sorry, I know everyone wants to cheer, I know it's rubbish, but we need to just clap. We'll soon welcome your first candidates of the evening to the stage, so I'll hand you over to our student chairs. Voting will be open tonight after the last presidential debate. Thank you for listening, and once more, thank you for supporting your student union elections.
Hi, my name is Megan and I am a Voice Zone officer for the Student Union. I ran to be on the Voice Zone because I wanted to be proactive in response to the university's poor results in the NSS and the general dissatisfaction felt by students at this university. There are many things that I enjoy about being on the Voice Zone. One thing I love is the community you find within your team. You work alongside 4 other students on the zone, as well as the VP Voice and 2 full-time members of staff. Everyone on the team is super engaged and is willing to help you on any project you're working on. An example of a project I'm working on at the moment is myself and Nazoni are currently raising awareness of some issues surrounding Uni 2 and how we can best fix them. Another thing I love is the ability to be able to challenge the university as well as working alongside it. Being on the Voice Zone gives me the platform to raise important student questions and feedback towards the university so they understand student views, while also working alongside the university on projects and changes to make sure they best suit students. I help shape the We Can Do This campaign to reflect proactive change made by the university. A third thing I love is the collaboration with other zones. There are some projects you might want to work on that cover more than one zone or another zone officer is interested. Projects also become easier and more creative with a wider perspective, and people are often as excited about your ideas as you are. I've worked closely with the support zone this year, collaborating on projects around eating disorder awareness and personal tutor effectiveness. Being a Voice Zonee has been an amazing experience and I would recommend running for the role for anyone who is considering it. It's helped my personal development, especially in terms of confidence, and it has shaped my final year university experience positively.
Chairing the debate for the Voice Zone, Chloe Hinchcliffe.
Does he wash up, never wash up? Does he clean up? No, he never cleans up. Does he brush up, never brushed up? He does nothing, the boy does nothing. Does he wash up, never wash up? Does he clean up? No, he never cleans up. Does he brush up, never brushed up? He does nothing, the boy does nothing.
Hello again. Oh, just the quick sorting of my life out. All right then, good evening everyone. My name is Chloe, and this is your debate for the Voice Zone. Woo. Excellent, that's what I want to hear, lots of clapping. All right, please welcome the candidates.
So I say, dance with me, oh, oh. I never seen anybody do the thing you do before, oh. They say, move for me, move for me, move for me.
Ooh, they're all here. Hello, everyone. So, this year we're taking comments and questions from on our website. So, whether you're in the marquee or watching from home, head over to ussu.co/questiontime2021. Please be supportive of our candidates and know that your comments won't be anonymous. Another quick reminder to please show your appreciation by clapping and not cheering, as cheering is against COVID restrictions. Also, just before we start, one of our lovely Voice Zone candidates has a birthday today. I believe the other candidates also have a message for him, so let's go and give him a good round of applause for Hugo. Okay, so Desi, if I'm not mistaken, unfortunately could not make it tonight, but she is still running and would like to let you know that she is still very keen to be part of your Voice Zone. So, if you could all start by introducing yourselves and tell us why you're running, starting with Michelle, please.
Hi everyone, my name is Michelle and I'm a master's student currently studying Human Resource Management with the Surrey Business School. I would like to run for the Voice Zone this year because I've been a really passionate course rep. And I've taken a lot of time to make sure that every student has their voice heard and working with the staff and students to make sure that we can make change on our course. I hope to continue to do so for all students here at Surrey at the university level. Thank you.
I'm Alexandra. I'm currently a first year student majoring in international relations. I'm going to be the vice president of the Politics Society next year. I have always known that I want to be active in my university years, so when I heard about Surrey Decides, I took the little questionnaire on the Students' Union website, and it said that I'm suitable for a voice zone member, so I just did it.
Fantastic, thank you. Sophie, please.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
That's all right.
I'm Sophie. I'm a second year biomedical engineering student, and I decided to write a voice zone because I've witnessed a lot of times this year when there's been the opportunity to get some really valuable feedback and to listen to the voice of students, and it hasn't quite reached its full potential. So I'm here to kind of make sure that our voices are heard and that action is taken when relevant. And like Alexandra, I took the quiz and it said voice zone, so I did some research and I thought that would be best for me.
Fantastic. And Akshaya?
Yep. Hi, Chloe. Hi, everyone. I'm Akshaya. For those of you who do not know how to say that, I just go by AK. I'm a placement year student studying law with international relations. Those of you who caught that in my manifesto, I'm sorry about the mistake. I've been 2-time president of the MUNSOC, 3-time course rep. I'm running in Surrey Decides this year as I always wanted to be involved with the union. So in my first year, I ran in Surrey Decides. In my second year, I ran for the Liberation Committee. In my third year, I remained a course rep, in my placement year, that is. And this year, when I thought of returning to university and pondering Surrey Decides, I realized that I've always been connected to the union through the voice zone. So I decided that it was time for me to step up, take a bigger role in the voice zone, and that's why I'm running.
Thank you. And finally, Hugo. I'm afraid I didn't get you a gift, but I'm hoping that you'll all give us the gift of introducing yourself.
Hi, I'm Hugo. I'm a first year undergraduate student. I study politics, and there's two main reasons why I decided to run. The first reason is I want to do everything I can to represent students. It's something which I feel quite passionately about. And secondly, there was another motivating factor for why I decided to run. When I saw the email about the university's decision to have lectures online the next academic year, I completely disagreed. I thought it was rash to send the email so early. I think the university should have left that decision later. Quite clearly, vaccination programs being successful, we will have herd immunity. And I was going to say, for international students who will not be able to be back, lectures can be recorded and they will not miss out.
So finally, since Desi couldn't make it, she recorded a video for us. So hopefully we can watch this now.
Hello, my name is Desi and I'm running for the position of a member of the Voice Zone Committee. I'm currently studying politics and economics at the university and I'm going to pursue a postgraduate degree next academic year. So I'm running for this position because I believe that I can promote values that are crucial for the main goal to improve students' experience and protect students' interests. So please look at my manifesto on the Students' Union website, Surrey Decides. I have 4 key points. Firstly, the improvement of the communication between students and academic staff is essential for better representation of students' interests. In terms of university decisions, accountability is key. Secondly, equality. Everyone should have the right to express opinion regardless of background. Another key value is respect, which gives an opportunity to establish a supportive community. And of course, it is really important to provide support in terms of assessments and feedback, so there should be clearer criteria regarding structure and quality of feedback that students receive, which is essential for the improvement in future assessments and for the rise in student satisfaction. But also self-certification through extenuating circumstances is also a great feature which helps students during difficult times like COVID, so the self-certification option should be extended in the future. And finally, inclusion is crucial because I believe students should be part of the decision-making process when it comes to the structure of their courses, captured content, and assessment pattern. Students should be able to say what they like, what they don't like, and what they want to change, because their voice matters. Their voice should matter. And students are the key for the future development of the university. So if you support my ideas and values, please vote for me. Together, we can make change. Thank you.
Thank you, Desi. All right then, now for the part you've all been waiting for, some manifesto questions. So, AK, this year the union designed the Liberation Committee to work more as a network to make it more accessible, thus removing elections. Would you want to change this, and how would you want the Liberation Committee to work?
Okay, so what I would like is for the Liberation, I think the Liberation Network is a good initiative in that the union wanted to bring in and represent the diversity of students. So they just didn't want to restrict it to one rep. But unfortunately, the Liberation Network has had a lesser engagement than the Liberation Committee did. So what I want to do is I want the Liberation Network to remain. I want that to remain to allow students to have the opportunity to join a network. But I also want there to be a Liberation Committee that makes a group of people who are accountable for bringing change to minority groups. So what I would like to do is bring back the Liberation Committee, but keep the Liberation Network running and have them working in tandem with each other.
Thank you. Okay. Alexandria, you say in your manifesto that you want to run monthly hearings for students to give feedback. What are the practicalities of these hearings? For example, who would run them and who would deal with the feedback?
Hello, I feel like it's definitely a really important stuff to do that because people are usually way calmer and way way calmer to share stuff via a call or direct meeting rather than in an email or to a course representative because they feel like the course representative is way formal and us as zonis I feel like we should be able to run these monthly hearings and make sure that students are heard and they feel comfortable with us.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Okay, Hugo, could you please elaborate on your point about regular polling? For instance, how would students access this and how often would they happen?
Well, I believe this is something which could be discussed. It could be fortnightly, for example. And I was going to say there's many different ways to be able to facilitate this. You know, there's SurveyMonkey, straw poll, or I'm sure there's plenty of other ways of doing this. It is definitely something which is doable. The main point is if students are hold on to these important questions, they'll definitely be able to be more student representation as we will actually have a better idea of what students really want.
So how exactly will it differ from the union's pulse survey?
Well, just more regular. And I also feel like I'm not going to lie. I'm going to be quite honest here that until these question times, I never heard of any of these surveys. I'm pretty sure there'll be others in the same kind of situation too, in terms of not people not aware about it. So it could just simply be more regular than it is currently, and also raise more awareness about it.
Thank you so much, Hugo. Can I just please encourage the candidates to respond with quite concise answers? We do have a lot to get through and a lot of you who would like to listen to. Okay, Michelle, what kind of provisions would you like to see for postgraduate placement, commuting and mature students?
So what I would really like to see is some university-wide emails don't always contain the relevant information for each of these groups. For example, postgraduate research students or placement students, they receive emails that say it's finals week. And mentally you start to screen these emails out because you start to see that they're not actually relevant to you. And it makes you feel a little bit, maybe even more disconnected from campus than you already do. And I'd hope to see some mailing lists where we can group these groups of people and we can make sure that the content that is sent out to them is curated and is directly relevant to them, and then we can engage with them better as well.
Thank you, Michelle. Sophie, how would you make asking for resources and assistance easier and more anonymous?
So the main point about asking for resources that I wanted to improve was that we are given, when you start the year, you're given a kind of a brief list of people that you can go to and you can ask for support, you can ask for help and so on. But sometimes you just don't feel comfortable talking to those members of staff. They could be a professor that you have or so on. So I believe that if I didn't then increase the list of people that were available and that the information that was out there, that I'd be more likely to give my voice and to share my opinion if I was talking to someone that I prefer to talk to. So then within that, we can make that more anonymous through Uni2 already has its anonymous posting and so on, but also just being able to directly contact someone instead of having your issue posted to the whole department, and being able to, just mostly anonymous contact with people, but making sure that there's enough resources out there so that you can get your voice out and so that we can then take that feedback and action it.
Thank you, Sophie. Hasn't our candidates done an amazing job so far? Should we give them a round of applause? Fantastic. So, a general question for you all. What do you think is the most important function of the voice zone? I'm going to have to really be critical on short answers here, so please make sure they're quick. Shall we start with Sophie?
So I think that the most important function of the voice zone is like regulation and ensuring that there is a space for you to get your voice out and for it to be heard. And I think without it, a lot of opportunities for feedback and for your opinion to be heard would be squished and would kind of be forgotten about. And I think the voice zone kind of keeps that running, knowing that there's a part of the student union that relies on this kind of input, and that makes sure that there's resources for everyone available. And I think regulation.
Fantastic. Michelle?
So I think that the most important part is making sure that every single person here at Surrey has a voice. Every single person has the opportunity to be heard. And we play a really large role in facilitating that. And I think that during COVID, it's been really, really a challenging time for so many people. And that is even more important now than ever.
Thank you, Michelle. Hugo?
Well, ultimately, it's all about student representation at the end of the day, and it's supposed to be about us when elected representing you.
Excellent, thank you. Alexandria?
The most important thing about Voice Zone is definitely making sure the students are heard and well represented in the students' life and university life.
Fantastic, thank you. And finally, AK.
I think the most important part is hands down Surrey Decides, because this is the one thing that allows every other zone to function. It allows free and fair elections, and hopefully next year it will include liberation reps in it. So Surrey Decides.
Fantastic, thank you. So my next question is, if you're only able to achieve one manifesto point next year, which one would you want it to be? Let's go backwards this time. So AK, if you could start.
Yep. So I think everyone else can achieve the rest. So the point that matters most for me is liberation reps. I think that the SU has been trying to find its feet around representation for minority groups for too long, and I think it's time to make them a priority. So liberation reps and including them in Surrey Decides, hands down.
Fantastic, thank you. Alexandria?
Definitely, the most important thing to achieve for me is to make sure that every non-UK student and UK students are know how important it is to be active in their uni years, and to make sure that they have the specific societies and events that will suit them the best.
Brilliant, thank you so much. Hugo?
For me, it definitely has to be about returning in-person lectures for the next academic year. As I said earlier, there's no reason for it not to be that way, especially when under current protections there'll be herd immunity, and I think it's really important, especially students. Surely there's not many other things which are more important than education.
Fantastic, thank you. And Michelle, please.
I have to say, for me, it's my second manifesto point, representation for all. Surrey is home to so many individuals, and it's so diverse, and it's what makes this university experience great. And that makes it even more important to make sure that every person's voice is heard, represented, and celebrated.
Wonderful, thank you. And finally, Sophie.
Definitely my most important manifesto point is my first one about renting in Guildford. We need a space where we can share our voice and our experience on renting and where to rent and where to live in Guildford. I know if I went back in time, and even now, if someone was sat there telling me this place is fantastic, these landlords aren't so great, that would be so helpful for me. And we need a space where we can voice our opinions and our experiences for sure.
Thank you so much, Sophie. So I have one last question for you guys. What is the one thing that you think could be done to make Unit U more effective? Let's go for a shuffle. Hugo, could you begin with?
Sorry, I really couldn't quite get that. Can you please repeat it, and could it be slow?
So, what do you think is the one thing that could be done to make Unit U more effective?
To be honest, I'm not quite too sure, and I wouldn't say I'm the best person to answer that question. So I think maybe you could talk to others about it, and we could have some feedback and see what other students' opinion about it is, and also, of course, collaborating with staff too.
Fantastically well answered. Thank you, Hugo. Alexandria?
The first thing I feel like is to make sure that every student knows about Unity, and to make sure that they register themselves in it. And then we should really be focusing on polling and asking students how to improve it better, because one student doesn't make anything, so we need the opinion of everyone.
Thank you. And Sophie?
So, unfortunately, as a course rep, I've experienced all of the faults and flaws in Unity, and it's a fantastic platform, don't get me wrong, for people to share their direct queries that they've got about something that's gone wrong. But when it comes to giving your feedback on something that you disagree with, for example, the 24-hour exams, there have been a few cases where people have kind of been a bit shut down. Some course reps who have, they've disagreed with it, so they've closed the poll. That I'd want to definitely sort out for sure, because sometimes it's just the fact that the wording of the question was wrong and it needs to be a bit more direct. But yeah, and it definitely also needs a bit more of a space to be able to share your complaints and recommendations about uni life in general, because it's fantastic for department issues, but there should also be a bigger space for the university as a whole.
Thank you. And AK.
Okay, for me, I mean, one of my manifesto points is that even student union, even student union updates should be put on Unido. But obviously, this doesn't help if only 30% of the entire student body has accessed Unido in the last year. So definitely, the thing to make Unido more effective is before putting as many people into it, make sure that they log into it and access Unido and make it the single mode of communication from the SU.
Thank you so much, everyone. So I do have one more question for you we're going to squeeze in. So what is the one quality that you are looking for in your VP voice? Can we start with Michelle, please?
I also didn't answer the question before. Should I answer that now?
Yes, please, just quickly for clarity.
So for me, I think it's trying to make sure that we get everybody engaged in Uni2, get people signed up, and also make sure that they actually know how to use it. It can be a little bit confusing sometimes, and as course reps, we get training, but I'm not sure that a lot of the people who are currently on there actually know how it works, which would be a really important part of making sure that it's going to be an effective mode of feedback. And the one thing that I'm looking for in my VP candidate is probably someone who's passionate and a good listener.
Thank you. All right, Alexandria?
I have a few qualities, definitely friendliness, to be supportive and to make sure that everyone is doing their job.
Fantastic. Thank you. Sophie?
I agree with Alexandria about being friendly so that we can talk to them, but also being organised and confident, so when something needs to be done, they can tell us that we need to do it.
Fabulous. And AK?
I like a little bit of everything. So for me, versatility would be the first quality.
Fabulous. And last but not least, Hugo.
To be collaborative.
All right, then. Thank you so much. So thank you for joining us for this debate. A massive well done for all of the candidates. So please remember there is another candidate who will be on the ballot, Desi. If you can check out the manifestos for all of these candidates online via the union website. Please remember that you can submit a question via ussu.co/question time2021. Please be supportive of our candidates, and please note that your comments won't be anonymous. We will be back after a short break with the next debate. Thank you.
Wow, well, there we go. And we're off, the final night of Surrey Decides 2021. And yeah, what a spicy debate there. So we had lots and lots of themes discussed, didn't we, Joel?
Absolutely. The voice zone is typically the spiciest zone debate. You get a lot of enthusiastic people who are very passionate about academic, especially this year when we've had so many troubles and interesting situations have emerged in the field of academic support and academic changes that have been happening. And so we've needed a really dynamic set of staff members involved and officers involved to make it kind of still work for students over COVID.
Yeah, and I mean, as usual, has been happening in the last 3 days. Pretty much everything we say is going to happen does happen.
Of course, yeah.
So we said that people would be fired up about issues and there'd be lots of different issues discussed, and that's pretty much exactly what happened. We saw people very passionate about kind of a really wide range of issues, everything from like our lectures being online through to renting and liberation, like anything really. I think the voice zone, you've got a lot of scope to be passionate and get angry about any kind of issue really.
Absolutely, yeah. So the voice zone, of course, is also, I have my course rep pin on today. one of the primary ways that people sort of springboard into being in the voice zone is by being a course rep. So course reps, of course, are elected a bit less formally than this in amongst your cohorts at the start of the year. And they are just students who are sort of, I always sort of like a funnel when I was running, in a sense that you're listening to all the students, but you know the sort of the staff are like, they can't listen to all the students. So you listen to your cohort, you take the issues that are happening and you kind of funnel that into the right parts of the department. So then you don't have to have every single person learn every single place they have to go to in the department to get things done, because you can kind of act as that. It's not quite a signposting exercise, but it's kind of a signposting exercise and a kind of problem-solving exercise.
Oh, signposting. That's a great university buzzword, isn't it?
It's a good word, isn't it? Signposting, and it applies in quite a few zones.
They love saying that. And speaking of buzzwords, we've ticked a lot off our bingo already.
We have.
From that, of course, we tweet every night our official bingo from the commentary booth. Lots of things on there tonight. Pretty much yesterday in Activity Zone, we ticked a lot off the list, didn't we? Activity Zone's always a notable one for bingo. But so far we've had accountability mentioned, that's crossed off. I'm sorry I didn't hear the question.
That's a good one.
Also crossed off. And we can do this. We heard that mentioned as well in one of the VTs. So yeah, a lot been ticked off already tonight.
And looking and judging by some of the whispers I've been hearing in the production team this evening, I'm sure a couple more of those bingo boxes will get ticked off very soon.
I'm very excited to see what's coming up. As we know, it's a night, the final night, the President night, where we can expect a few twists and surprises. Now, I don't know what those twists are, which is I'm even more excited, because normally I do know, but today I've been...
Normally we're involved. Normally we're the ones causing trouble.
Exactly. But today I'm just sitting back with my can of dark fruits and watching the drama unfold in front of me.
So yes, today we're also going to be seeing the VP voice who leads the voice zone, who you've just seen there. We are going to be seeing candidates for the union chair, which of course is a voluntary part-time position who oversees accountability across all the offices of all the zones. And of course the president, the figurehead, the leader, if you like, the boss, who takes charge of a number of things.
Exactly. So we're just still waiting on some candidates coming through, apparently. So
yeah, it's going to be a good one.
We're going to keep on talking, keep on filling the time beautifully, like we do. If you're just joining us, then you're here for the final night of Surrey Decides. With me, Max, and my colleague Joel.
Hello.
We are filling you in on kind of the small bits that they don't mention during the debates, kind of what the union is, what the roles mean, what you can expect tonight.
Just so, Max,
guiding you through it.
You've been involved. This is perhaps your fifth year involved in Surrey Decides.
Oh,
now.
That makes me sound old.
What are some of the highlights for you? What are the things that you love to see happen? Not necessarily year on year, but are really nice to see things that happen sometimes during Surrey Decides.
So, I mean, I love a good screenshot.
Yeah,
and that's what I'm hoping. Yeah, I'm hoping we're going to see some tonight, because normally that's the best thing about Surrey Decides, in my opinion.
Yeah.
When there's just a little bit of drama, a little bit of something that you're like, ooh. So like last year, I remember when I was chairing the president's debate, we had screenshots up of like calendar invites people declined, their Instagram showing they hadn't campaigned about some things. I had a video showing where they'd said they were going to do things last year that they didn't do. So I'm hoping for a little bit of that tonight. We want to see the candidates kind of squirm a little bit on stage and really kind of win and push hard for your vote.
An awful lot of our candidates that we still have yet to see this evening have got track records. They've already been in around the union space. Of course, you don't have to have been to have run in any of these positions. But a lot of our candidates in all of these positions do have track records, and they will therefore have had manifestos. And I'm sure the chairs have been looking at those old manifestos to see how well they've done. Now, of course, this year, COVID has changed a lot of things. People have had to use their dynamism, which is, again, one of my favourite core union values, to adapt, improvise, adapt, overcome.
I don't know on that, though, because remember Surrey Decides last year, that was kind of in the peak of kind of worry about coronavirus, wasn't it? That was when Italy had just had the hospitals overrun.
We only had one question about it, I believe, though.
Yeah, but there was a whole contingency plan for Surrey Decides last year for in case campus got shut down. Everything.
But we still only thought it would be the case that we'd have to close campus for 8 weeks, maybe 6 weeks.
Lol. And as we just heard during that debate, the universities sounds like decided to keep doing lectures online next year, keep doing the hybrid learning.
Yeah,
which doesn't seem to be going down very
well.
Very
A lot of people have different opinions on that, because of course, perhaps if some international students might not feel comfortable coming back. But then some students really want to get back and feel like they're not getting their money's worth online. So it can go either way. I've heard arguments on both sides.
Yeah, I guess that's what tonight is for, isn't it? To hear everyone's different opinions.
Absolutely.
And then you vote for who.
That's what it's all
matches
about.
your
That's what the
opinion.
debate is about.
It's a democracy in action.
The whole point of this is not so that they can feel good about themselves. It is so that you at home or in the marquee, although they can't hear us in the marquee, can decide who you want in charge and vote for them. And if enough people agree with you, then that happens and they become the voice zonee or the vice president or the president, etc.
Yeah, and of course, speaking about your voice, you do have a voice tonight, even if you're not in the room,
Look
even
at
if
that
you're not on
segue.
stage. Oh, I know, great,
Kat would
isn't
be
it?
proud.
She would be.
So a member of a voice zone manager would be proud.
Union staff members' names. Tut tut.
She likes us to say that.
But yeah, if you do want to share your questions, the chairs will be reading this. They might answer one of your questions on the stage. Just go to ussu.co/question time 2021, and there when you log in you can submit questions, comments, thoughts about the debate, questions to me and Joel. If you've got anything you want to give us to fill the time or to answer for you, let us know. We're interested to hear your opinions.
I don't feel bad, Max. The member of staff in question has already been named by Lizzie at the start of the debate anyway, so
that's true, actually.
Yeah, there's some precedent there. Yeah, we're still waiting on our candidates for the next debate, so everything should be ticking along quite nicely.
I mean, we've had some great comments come through already.
What have you seen?
From our favourite, J.A., who always keeps us entertained. Of course,
Absolutely.
when you go on this website, you can see people's initials, but we can't see who it actually was. Although, of course, as they keep saying, the comments are not anonymous.
That's right.
And any inappropriate ones will be reported.
Yes.
But yeah, great one from J.A. this evening, saying, he wants to ask the candidates what is the best thing, and he says, I like my cordless power drill with power pack.
Well, that's very nice, J.A. Thank you.
Yeah,
for that
let us know
real-
where you bought that from as well. I'm hoping it's the middle aisle of Lidl. Or something.
Yeah, the insightful, detailed political commentary from the political masterminds of the Students' Union and its membership.
Yeah, and of course we're taking all comments through that tonight, whether that's a serious question for the candidates, a serious comment, all the way through to slightly more humorous and abstract.
Of course, don't
things
clog it
like
up
that.
too much if the chairs are going to struggle to find good questions for the candidates. But yeah, a little bit of lightheartedness is not going to go amiss.
Yeah, maybe so. We're still waiting for some candidates to pop up on the screen.
Yeah.
So, well, I think now is a good time to discuss how voting works.
Yeah, would you like to give it a crack?
So we've just seen the voice zone up there. So of course we saw how many candidates? Is it 6, 7?
We saw 5, and there's one more.
And there's one more, so
on the
there's
ballot
6.
as well.
So 6 candidates on the ballot. But of course, there are 5 positions in the voice zone. So the way voting works is it's done on a proportional representation system.
No, it's a single transferable vote system.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm very sorry. Oh, I'm gonna get a angry text about that off a certain member of union staff, I imagine. Yeah, single transferable vote. So basically, what that means in practice is you rank your candidates from 1 to 6. And there's also Ron as well. So if you don't like any of them, you can put in a different option as well. So Ron basically means you don't like any of the candidates. And if Ron wins, everyone who went below Ron will not be elected, and they'll reopen it for other things.
And the top 2 positions will then form part of the exec committee, which is a cross-union committee that takes charge of a lot of the decisions of the union overall. And that's the top 2 of each zone. So some of those are specific people, like Team Surrey chair and Society's chair in the activity zone. Some of them are just the top 2 zonies when you've just got kind of 5 zonies that have all got the remit of the entire zone. And yeah, that forms sometimes quite spicy decision-making body.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, if you've seen us tonight, if you've seen this, you've seen the other debates, and you're thinking, how can I get more involved in the Students' Union? And how can I do things? Well, going to exec meetings, watching along online, that's one of the things you can do if you want to get involved in decision making in the union. Watch what's happened, question a lot of the candidates that we'll see tonight when they're in their positions.
Now, without giving anything away, I can see a descriptive device on stage that we recognise from a previous debate.
Yeah, I've just seen something on stage which makes me think that something Something interesting might be about to happen.
Does that remind you of perhaps the 2018 debate?
That does remind me of a certain person. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah,
So there you go.
we've
That
seen
tells you
before.
something. Of course, you may all figure out what that is at home once you see it on the screens in a few minutes' time. I've been told. So stand by and stick with us, and we will get there in a minute. But yes, of course, all of the voting that you've just described for all the positions you've seen in the last 2 nights and tonight are going to be open, I think, late tonight, just after this. So you've just seen the voice zone. You've just seen the 5 members of the voice zone. They are, of course, led by a vice president voice, and typically we would have the debate for them next. But I've got the impression that some Surrey Decides spice may be coming up in the next few minutes. So if you're sitting comfortably, let's see what it is.
Hello and welcome to the debate that everyone's been waiting for, this year's Presidential Surrey Decides debate. My name's Lizzie and I am your current Student Union President, so I am really looking forward to hearing what this year's candidates have to say and what they want to change about your university experience if they were elected as your next president. So a little bit of background about what Student Union President does. We're the key link between the union and the university. We sit on University Council and are a University Council member, which means that we have really, really big influence over top level decisions that are made at the university. The Student Union President has access to all the finances and documents that the university are referring to when they run their different systems. And this means that we are able to scrutinise any aspect of the university and we are able to ensure that every decision that's made is in the best interest of the student experience. The candidates sat up here tonight, I guarantee you will be feeling extremely nervous. I know I did when I was sat up there last year. So a huge congratulations to everyone up there. I've read all of your manifestos and you have some amazing ideas. So just make sure that you get those ideas across and you get across the passion that you have for making the student experience the best it can be. The presidential debate is a really, really prestigious one, and just being up on that stage, you should be so proud of yourselves. Stand firm, make sure you believe in your policies and your procedures, and I guarantee you students will get on board as long as you show that you have the passion and the drive to make those things happen. I wish you all the best, and I will be back in just a little bit to explore a little bit more about the presidential debate and the presidential role.
Chairing the debate for Union President, Lester Buxton.
'Cause you're hot, then you're cold, you're yes, then you're no, you're in, then you're out, you're up, then you're down, you're wrong when it's right, it's black and it's white.
Apparently I breathe too loudly. Right, let's just see if I'm set up. Searching for Wi-Fi, always a good sign, so while that's kicking things off. Hello, welcome to the first part of the President's Debate. Very exciting. Remember, clapping is encouraged, cheering is against COVID regulations. So, I hope you remember me. I'm Lester and I will be chairing this debate. So, I've got the manifestos, I've got my questions. Now we just need the candidates. Can we please welcome them to the stage? So I apologise, I'm having to switch to my phone for a second because the Wi-Fi is not working while I read out the statement. So this year, we're taking comments and questions on our website. Whether you're in the marquee or watching from home, head over to ussu.co/question time 2021. Please be supportive of our candidates and know that your comments are not anonymous. I've welcomed 3 candidates to the stage. Izzy should be on the screen behind me. There we go. So my Teams is back up on my laptop, so I can stop doing all of this. My bow tie is good. Welcome, candidates. We're going to start today with an introduce yourself and why you're running for president. Okay? So if we can start with Akshant.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, first of all, I would like to introduce myself. I am Akshan Nagar, a student of MSc Economics. I am also the course representative of economics post-graduation courses and also the Pulse and the Pause mentor. Why I am standing for the presidential post, it's because of a few of the following reasons. First of all, I am having the prior work experience of coordinating with various societies and committees in my school and college days back in my home countries, where I got recognition from various authorities as well. Secondly, I have the work experience of around 2.5 years of working with Government of India for its prioritized scheme. And I was working as a consultant at the provisional level, where my work was to coordinate with various international development bodies such as UNICEF, World Bank, UNDP. And this has helped me, to collaborate with various international bodies and has helped me to enhance my leadership skills. Definitely, I do agree that your past experience does not define how you are going to perform in the future. But if you learn from your past experience, you are always prepared for the better future.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you to wrap that up. We'll get on to more conversations later. AJ.
Hi everyone, my name is AJ. I am a final year law student. So last academic year, I was actually Vice President Voice at the Students' Union. This time, I'm back in my final year, and I'm running for the position of Union President. So I wanted to run for Union President because I feel like I really enjoyed my time when I was Vice President Voice last year, so I thought, why not run again, aim high, and go for the big one? I believe that I would really offer a new perspective to the position of Union President, especially because there's never been a female person of colour as Union President, and I think that is one perspective that I would definitely bring to the position. And yeah, so one of my manifesto points basically covers education, because at the end of the day, we're here to study, so our education needs to be a priority. My second point is about well-being, because our well-being is very important at university. And my last point is to do with equality, diversity, and inclusion. So if you want your say, vote for AJ.
AJ. Anna.
Hi everyone, my name is Anna. I'm an MSc student in International Relations, and I'm from Portugal. So basically, as a student that did an undergrad in another country, I bring basically a different perspective, new ideas, and I can see what's being done that's very good and should continue, what is being done and should be improved, and obviously what should be added to this university. In my manifesto, I added not only well-being, but also mental health, inclusivity, education points, and also sustainability, which I think is very important to include.
Thank you very much. And Izzy, not forgetting you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Izzy Watkins. It has been an absolute honour representing you this past year as Vice President Community, but now I am ready to step up and lead the Students' Union as your next Union President. I'm running because I believe I have the enthusiasm, the experience, the creativity, and the ideas that would make up a great president. I was a sabbatical officer in possibly one of the most difficult years to be one during the current pandemic, but I have shown determination time and time again and have adapted my pledges quickly and effectively to restrictions. I've put so much time and energy into creating my pledges for this role. I believe in all of them, bringing you a tutoring agency, an access to activities grant, an empowered liberation network, and an SU hub on Manor Park. I care so much about Surrey students and providing them with a positive student experience, and I will go above and beyond in this role, as I have done in my current one, to make student life #Izzier.
Thank you, all candidates. So we're going to start with some... OK, that's just distracting that my bow tie is off. Now, we're going to start with a general question for all of you. Now, I've read through all of your manifestos, and the first thing that sprung to mind was that there is very little mention of COVID, lockdowns, and the pandemic. So, my question to all of you is, has the pandemic shaped your policies? If so, how? If not, why? If we can go back the same way we came, so Akshan.
Okay, yes. First of all, my first point in the manifesto was about the financial aid, bursaries, and second was about the well-being, and third was about employability. These all have focused on the COVID situations because being an international student, every student has suffered, there was, the recent research which was conducted by the mind.org, and it says that around 73% of the UK students are suffering from mental health and due to this COVID situation. And also, the financial conditions have deteriorated for the students, so which we need to focus on. And all these points have been covered under the manifesto.
Thank you, Akshant. AJ.
I would say that COVID definitely influenced my manifesto point, because one of my points is fighting for a hybrid learning policy that works for you. Because of the current pandemic, we've had to implement hybrid learning, and having a policy in place that enables students to know what their rights are and what they're entitled to is very important. So that's definitely a point that covers coronavirus.
Thank you, AJ. Anna?
Yeah, mine also shaped the policies that I implemented in my manifesto. Just because you don't mention them directly doesn't mean that they're not there. For example, the tea time rooms, the idea that it's regarding mental health and bringing students together online, it's also good for in case of a possible lockdown in the future, but also, for example, for students that have hybrid learning, are in another countries, or students that have their courses online. And you can adapt very well, I think, all the policies, even the talent show that I'm talking in my manifesto can be done both online, physically, or both, like we're doing this study decides.
Izzy, finally to you.
Yeah, I think the pandemic has definitely shaped my policies. Getting a job is harder now than ever before, really, and the tutoring agency will certainly help students in improving their employability, so that's something extra they can put on their CV when they are applying for a job, and particularly for students who are looking to do teaching in the future. Being able to say that I was a tutor for local school children is something that will definitely help students in being more employable. So that definitely relates to the pandemic. I think my Access to Activities grant is definitely shaped by the pandemic as well. So we know from the Pulse survey results that students haven't been getting that social experience that they would like out of university this past year. We've seen about, I think it was a 22% decrease in satisfaction around the social experience. So I think putting an emphasis on that is something that should be really important for the SAB team next year, to help students get involved in clubs and societies. And for those students who may come from low-income households and other WPO backgrounds, that can be it can be a barrier for them. So I think the Access to Activities grant will be a really important thing next year for students to get involved in clubs and societies, because the pandemic has affected the social experience for students.
Thank you, all candidates. Can I just note to the candidates on stage, if you can, I've got this backup mic, so that's why, but if you can talk clearly into the microphone and not look away and try and get close to it. So, moving on, I want to ask you all, what on your manifesto is your standout policy? Okay, I just want you to mention one and give a brief summary of it. What is your standout? Izzy, do you mind if we come to you first this time?
Yes, I think that my standout policy would be the SU on Manor Park. I think this pledge is so important because the Students' Union should foremostly be visible and accessible to students. The majority of student halls are now on the Manor Park campus. We have hundreds of students studying over there too, including our vets, health science students, and postgraduate researchers. So by having a visible hub on the campus and making students aware that they can come and visit us with questions or ideas relating to their studies or their extracurricular life, we are becoming more accessible to students.
Thank you, Izzy. Yes, if we can keep them concise. Anna, what is your standout policy?
It's hard to just choose one. Yes, I would do it. I think probably the one that stands out the most is actually the master classes. So basically, just to sum up, if you didn't read the manifesto, master classes is classes from all the departments where, imagine I'm from the politics department and then I want to go to the engineering department for that day, I am allowed to go to that class. So this is an activity that will connect all departments and also can be delivered online or in person if we are allowed to do it.
Thank you, Anna. AJ?
I would say that my standout policy would be the one about scrapping graduation ticket fees, because that hasn't been done yet and that's something I definitely want to push for.
Thank you, AJ. Thank you for being concise. Akshant.
Yeah. My standout policy would be to create a common platform for the alumni, current students, and the university staff so that we could boost upon the employability aspect about the course modules according to the industry requirement. And also there could be informal chat between our alumni and the current students because it's a 65 years old university. And we could take the most advantage of this, our alumni, for creating the job opportunities at large.
Thank you, Akshant. Right, so we're moving away from more general questions and we're going to talk about some general manifesto questions to start off with. So AJ, you're going to go first. So of the 4 candidates, your manifesto is the shortest and does seem to lack a level of detail provided by the other candidates. Can the voters trust you to have an eye for detail and a clear idea of what you'll do as union president?
Definitely. Even though my manifesto might not be as lengthy as the other candidates, my manifesto are brief, snappy and straight to the point, because I do understand that students may not want to read a lot of text. And my manifesto also has very key and specific points, which I believe are relatively easy to implement to a certain degree, and I know it's something that students want to see.
Well, okay. So you say that the points are easy to achieve, relatively easy to achieve. You're going to be union president, and that's going to be, you know, if it was easy to achieve, I would put it on a PTO manifesto. Why would you put that on a union president manifesto?
When I said I didn't say easy to achieve, I said relatively easy to achieve. So of course everything is going to come with a degree of difficulty and a degree of challenge, but because I'm such a hard-working and determined person, if I put my mind to doing something, 9 times out of 10, I will push and try to get it done. So even though it might not seem easy or face value, because of the qualities and attributes that I have, I will ensure that it does get done.
So which of these 6 policies is the easiest to achieve?
I would say the easiest to achieve may be the one about lobbying for unconscious bias training to be compulsory for all staff members.
Okay, and a more general one. This is your 2nd time running for union president. What is different this time? What have you taken from this year? The general question, why you, why now?
So for those of you that don't know, I actually ran for union president last year, but I lost. Congratulations to Lizzie. So I think nothing is different in the sense of I'm still the same person. I still have the same passion and drive that I had last year. But what I would say is different is the fact that I've come from being a sabbatical officer to being a student to then running for a different sabbatical position. So that gives me a lot more of a relatability with other students because I've been a student in a pandemic. I understand how difficult it has been for students this year, which is why I'm running for a position of union president, because I've seen both sides and I feel like having that double perspective is really important, and that's what I bring to the table.
AJ, you can breathe, okay? Akshant, Right. So, in reverse to AJ's, your manifesto is the longest, and I haven't asked my question yet, and a lot of what you're promising is being done already. My question to you, do you have a clear and precise message to voters as to why you should be their next president? So I want clear and precise message.
Okay. Yeah. First of all, I would say that this is not my manifesto, this is not what I want to deliver, but this is what students as a whole want to achieve. So, this manifesto was created by consulting various students, and I have taken point from them. To the point which you have asked that some of the points has already been covered, I would, to the point which you said that some of the points has already been covered, there is no perfect system. There is always gap exists, and we need to fill up those gaps. And I am focusing on those gaps.
If I might ask, how have you consulted students?
I have consulted the students like from my class, from various students in the Hive, and also from the past presidents. I have even consulted even my competitors as well for this, and and even I consulted past president, unions, some of the society members, some of the society leaders, professors, and after that, this manifesto was designed. So this is about. This manifesto covers all the students, what each student want to achieve. And secondly, the points are quite general. First thing is that we have the time period of 1 year only. Okay, so it's not about what we can do. Like this 1 year could pass in a blink of an eye. But at least we could try to create a base so that the successors could build upon it.
Okay, so I'm not... You're building your manifesto out of consultations with students, and I hear that you've spoken to all these students.
Yes.
I'm not hearing how is it this is your decision that you've gone up to people in the Hive, you've gone up to union presidents,
Yes.
And you've gone up to staff members. How do you know that that is a good cross-section of the students? Have you looked at data as well that the Students'
Exactly.
Union has published?
Exactly. In few of the points, I have gone through the data as well. Like as I have already talked about the well-being. That the data was recently published by mind.org about the well-being of the students in the UK. Again, the SETCH organization has also conducted the same type of research and come out with the same outcome. Regarding the financial aid, there has been issues due to this COVID situations, and students are raising the current issues about the financial aid this time. This was also been taken into consideration. So, obviously, the employability aspect in these COVID situations, we have almost 80% like undergraduate students and 20% postgraduate students. And employability is one of the key issues which students are facing in these hard times. So we need to work upon it. What students care about the value of money which they get in return. They want that whatever they are putting as an investment, they should get their return on investment. Okay. So this point was covered.
Okay, we're gonna move on from that slightly and just focus on your manifesto itself. There is a lot of text on this manifesto, and some of it is a struggle to read. Generally, do you think that your manifesto is accessible to all students?
Well, in this manifesto, I have highlighted the keywords, definitely, but to be specific, like what I am planning to do in that specific point, there definitely we have the social media handles where I have specifically mentioned that what are the plans for those specific points, so which is quite accessible.
So you think a student who might struggle with reading big blocks of text would have no problem with this manifesto?
Yes, because I have already highlighted a few of the points, which are the key points, and social media is helping to reach the people as well.
Okay, Akshan, your turn to breathe. we're moving on to someone else. Anna. Thank you for all the support for the candidates. It is appreciated, I'm sure. Right, so on your manifesto, now you don't have much on your manifesto about what you've done so far in life. Do you have the experience that will reassure voters you are prepared to take on the role as head of the Students' Union?
Yeah, so kind of a shameless promo. Go watch my Instagram. I just posted a video today kind of talking actually about what you're talking about, my experience, my previous education, basically. So if you have curiosity of checking that out. But yeah, I do have the experience. So I know I'm not part of the Students' Union, but in the past, I've worked with a volunteer organization where I had the chance to actually do managing some of the ships. I also worked for example, customer service of an airline when the pandemic hit, which, as you can expect, it's not easy. You have to be very adaptable, have to manage people that are screaming at you, having to deal with very, very hard situations. So yeah, I'm capable of it. I'm 100% sure.
That's good examples of where you've worked and your experiences, and you've worked with people. What leadership experience, because this is the head, this isn't working in the, it is working in the team, but you're going to be heading these guys up. So do you have any leadership experience?
Yeah, like I said, I did manage shifts on my volunteer work. In my company that I work, we do have like one-on-one where you teach other people, where you have the chance to kind of like lead in a way. And also I'm a course rep for my cohort. So I think as leadership, when it comes to your cohort, that's like one of the biggest roles because you have to,
So what do you think are key leadership skills that you have?
Okay, so leadership first, and very important. I think you have to learn how to listen to other people before you actually do anything. Also in leadership, I'm very good with like managing with different personalities, delivering what has been promised. I think like the three key ones are probably that ones, I would say.
Great. And just finally on you, why did you decide to run for president first rather than VP?
So again, if you watch my video, you see that I'm the type of person that likes to work with different areas. So, for example, I was an art student before, I was a language student before, and, I volunteer with different types of companies. I'm the type of person that is very interested in different areas, and I do think that because I'm from the outside, I bring this, like, new eyes into the university and different perspectives and different ideas.
Okay, thank you. Izzy, moving on to you. Anna, your turn to breathe. Okay. So, Izzy, moving on to your manifesto. At least half of your manifesto points, from what I can see, wouldn't be strange on a VP manifesto. You've got stuff about activity, you've got stuff from the voice zone. What makes you stand out as a candidate for president rather than VP? And if elected, how would you avoid stepping on your VP's toes?
That's a really good question. I think, like you said, my manifesto does cover multiple zones. Like you said, there are some voice things. There's obviously some activity things. And I think the main thing I do is work with my colleagues. So I would work closely with the VP Voice on the Access to Activities grant. I'd definitely want to know their opinions on, the eligibility criteria and other elements of how we'll get it going. I want to work sort of closely with the VP Voice on the tutoring agency. So I think a lot of it would be sort of collaborating with my VPs on it. But overall, the president does kind of cover all the zones. It's kind of in...
Izzy, have we lost you?
Within all the sort of elements. Oh, sorry, are you saying something? I can't hear you.
Sorry, I think you cut out for a brief second. Can you just finish that sentence that you said? Go back about 20 seconds.
I don't know what sentence I said.
That's
something about that the president I think I have a bit of a delay. I'm sorry, Lester. Something about the fact that the president does oversee like all 4 of the zones. So I think there's nothing wrong with having things on my manifesto that relate to those areas, because those are the 4 areas that pretty much sum up student life.
Thank you. It wouldn't be a pandemic debate without a little bit of technical difficulties, would it? What about conflict with your VPs? What if they choose to do something that you don't want? What if your VP activity is ardently against tackling financial barriers and activity, for example?
Sorry, could you repeat that question, please?
Yes. What if there's conflict? For an example, VP activity doesn't want to tackle barriers and activity.
Well, firstly, I'd hope that the VP activity would do, and hearing the VP activity debate the other night, this was something that I think nearly all the candidates did bring up, so I would hope this wouldn't be an issue. However, I feel like I would be good at resolving conflict. One of the big things I want to do if I'm elected when I first take office would be to take those managerial courses dealing with conflict. This is the conversation I had with Lizzie, that I think it would be really effective for me to have had those trainings, like either before I start or in my very first week, because ultimately the SABs work really close together, and by knowing how to resolve sort of conflict if they do arise, I think is one of the most important things a president should be able to do.
Great. And just final point for you, Izzy, then we'll move on. Lizzie's been your president this year, and you've served under her. What are Lizzie's leadership qualities? Very briefly. Sorry, we do have to move on.
Sure. I think Lizzie has been a fantastic leader. I think what she does really well is she listens to people, and I think she places a lot of value on the part-time officers. So this year, something she's done, which I really like, is that she's had all officer meetings in which we bring members of senior management in and give the opportunity for the part-time officers to directly tell members of staff what's going right, what's going wrong. And I think I really like the fact that she places so much value on part-time officers.
Thank you, Izzy. Okay, so now we're going to do some more quick fire. Well, we're going to try and speed it up a bit, and I'm not going to talk so much. AJ, can you explain what hybrid learning policy you think will work best for students?
Yeah, so as it currently stands, we all know that hybrid learning is a thing, but there actually isn't a policy in place to enable students to know what their rights are and what to expect, which is why I'm advocating for there to be a hybrid policy which specifically stipulates what students will anticipate happening in their course, and also enable there to be consistency across the board, because we all study different courses, yes, but at the end of the day, we should all be given an equal opportunity and have the same standard of quality for our education. So having a policy in place whereby the university are stating what they're going to do and enabling students to know what to expect will also enable the university to be held to account and allow students to be informed.
Thank you, AJ. Akshant, let's talk about financial aid. How are you going to raise tuition fee concession concerns, and what sort of outcome are you looking for?
Yeah, regarding financial aid, what I am looking, I will add to this, one more point to this is about including the societies as well in this. As I said, that my main focus would be to bring the alumni and current students and the staff members on the common informal platform. We have the university, which is 65 years old, and most of our alumni would be working at the very prestigious post around the world. We can use those connections to boost the employability, and we could ask them for the funding as well, so that they could support our students in these hard times.
Anna. So, the support zone already currently run tea, toast and talk, and coffee, cake and chat. So how would you make your tea time rooms different from these initiatives?
Yeah, so basically the tea time rooms are not just in terms of chatting. You can actually come to study, and I also want to work with different societies, so we can actually do different events. Obviously, I can't promise anything because I haven't talked with the societies, but if you want to know ideas, I want to do one about current news. I think it's very important that students are informed about what's going on outside of the university, because sometimes we are kind of closed off here, so it's very important. and also bring awareness to different issues. You know, I did put on my my manifesto raising awareness to, for example, racism, bullying. I think this is also a very good space to raise awareness to situations like that.
Okay, and Izzy, so your Empowered Liberation Network talks about liberation reps. However, this year we've moved away from reps to a network structure where we don't have reps. My question to you: do you oppose this move, and could this not cause immediate conflict with your VP voice?
Thank you, Lester. So, like you said, yes, the Liberation Network went through a restructure at the start of the year. So previously, it was one person elected per position. So, for example, one LGBT rep, one Asian students rep, etc. However, that was flawed because all of these communities are so intersectional, and one person can't possibly represent the whole of the LGBT community, the whole of the Asian community, etc. So, I 100% agree with this structure. I think it's a way better way to represent students. When I refer to reps on my manifesto, I'm purely mentioning the people who would sit on the network. So I'm referring to the network members as just liberation reps. So I'm totally in support of the new.
Good. Okay, I think you're done. Okay, we're going back to another general question. And I'm going to time you for this one. So no more than, let's say, 45 seconds. Okay? And my question to all of you is, what makes you a unique candidate? Okay? So I don't want any repeated answers, please. Akshan, you're going first. Off you go, 45 seconds.
Yeah. What makes me the unique candidate is about my experience. Being from the country which is full of diversity, I consider myself that I would be able to understand the problems of this diverse student with more compassion.
Okay, that was way in time. AJ.
So what makes me a unique candidate is what I mentioned previously. Last year I was Vice President Voice. This year I'm a student. I'm the only person that has the experience of seeing both sides, and having been a student this year, I know what I'd like to see next year implemented to benefit students. So having those two perspectives is something that I believe I have, which other candidates don't.
Thank you. You're all doing perfectly for timing. Anna, keep it up. What makes you unique?
I think what makes me more unique is actually being an outsider, to be honest. Coming from another university, you know, have that experience of being new, not knowing anyone from the university, not having family in this country, you know. So having the perspective of outside perspective of already a university student, because I'm a master's student, and also like bringing new ideas.
Thank you, Anna. And Izzy, finally, you.
The thing that makes me unique is my creativity and innovative thinking. The Students' Union, there's often things we do annually, such as specific campaigns, but I have the creativity to make them feel fresh and new. For example, this year, Univision was a brand new thing. I also brought new elements to our existing campaigns, such as One World Week, where I brought in the One World Fashion Show in collaboration with the Fashion Society. I feel I also stand out because I have a strong understanding of communications, having been the union's digital communications assistant during my placement year. So I know what works well in our comms and what doesn't. I feel I also have a great breadth of experience, having been a society founder and president with PetSoc and AutiSoc, been a non-signatory on 3 other societies, being a liberation rep, a course rep, a student ambassador, a zone member. I've worked for the union part-time, but also full-time for nearly 2 years. So I have the experience, and I can jump straight into this role.
Your time is up. Okay. We're coming to the end, candidates, and it's the $1 million question. Well, no, £1,000 question. A generous alumni has gifted £1,000 to the SU. It's up to you to decide which one of your VPs gets it. Who do you choose and why? Timers are back up 45 seconds. Izzy, I'm going to come to you first, okay? So when you start speaking, I'm going to hit the start button. Ready? Off you go.
I would ask all 4 VPs to come up with a proposal, what they want to do with the money, how they think it will benefit students, and how they plan to use the funds. I would give them the opportunity to tell me what they think what they think is the best idea for it, and I will make my decision based on who has the plan that will best impact students.
Thank you, Izzy. Anna, which VP gets it?
Okay, I think it's very hard to choose one, but I'm going to go with VP activity. So I think, especially because after this year, people were so stuck in their homes, I think activities actually could benefit from having more funding and getting people more engaged in, activities.
Thank you. AJ.
So being president, I understand that you may have to make difficult decisions. So therefore, I would say the zone I would probably give it to would be VP support, just because well-being and student prioritizing that is very important. And especially given the current COVID pandemic, well-being is something that students really need support on, ensuring that they're well supported and also considering things such as extenuating circumstances and so forth.
Thank you. Akshant, finally you, 45 seconds.
Even I would like to go with the VP support because we need to focus on the current burning issue. I would like to focus on the current burning issues which the students are facing. And then this amount could be used for assisting or for supporting individual student rather than using this amount for working at a large perspective.
All perfectly in time. So, it's our question time tradition to allow president candidates to take a short break before coming back for the second half of their debate. Tonight's break will be a little longer, and during the break, we will hear from the candidates for VP Voice and Union Chair. Just before we let you go, candidates, if you are elected as Union President, you can expect the unexpected. I'm really pleased to introduce someone you may not have been expecting this evening. The Union's Chief Executive, Alan Sutherland.
Good evening. Hello. Ooh. Hello, good evening. Welcome. Can you hear me all right? Wave. Don't cheer. Wave. Wave? Good. Lovely. How nice to see you all. Candidates, it's an absolute pleasure. Lester, all the chairs, you're doing a great job. Now, what is the chair's job here? The chair's job, the whole point of question time, is for you, the voter, to meet the candidates and make an informed decision as to who you want to run your union next year. Now, for the president candidates, we like to go a little bit further beyond. Now that's because when you're president of the Students' Union, you are the prime student representative. You are the top of the tree. You are the supreme allied commander of all land, air, and sea forces of the Students' Union. You get to choose the biscuits for the meetings, and more importantly, you never have to get up on Monday morning again because you get free entry to Rubik's for the rest of your life. So the stakes are a little bit higher. So candidates, tonight, you've got a task to do before the second appearance on stage. And this year, we're absolutely indebted to our friends at Wonky. Now, Wonky is a website which is called the Home of Higher Education Debate. You can visit it, it's Wonky, W-O-N-K-H-E. There we are, they are, that's it, Wonky. It's a site which is news, views, analysis, everything you need to know about universities. The Wonky staff write on there, and you get contributions from all across the sector. Everybody from student union presidents all the way down to vice chancellors have got articles on there. Now, one of the things that Wonky do is that they analyze data. And if there's one thing that universities love, it's data. They suck in statistics and they ejaculate bar graphs, pie charts, risk registers, action plans. Everywhere you look, somebody is measuring something. Even now, the Office for Students are tabulating how many VKs you've had over the last 3 weeks. So the data that you've been given is freely available. It's government data, and it's on the government website now. That's what it looks like. This is the LEO data, L-E-O, longitudinal education outcomes. Now, nobody wants that in their life. So Wonky have taken that data and they've turned it into a visualizer. They've turned it into a far more useful way of interrogating that data for us. So what this data is, and the exciting thing is this year, you're going to be able to play along at home. We're going to release this web address for you at the end. When the candidates have seen it, you're going to get to see it as well. So this data measures how much graduates, on average, from every university in the UK earn 3 years after graduation. It's fairly controversial because not everybody believes that financial reward is a suitable measure of educational worth. We're not here to debate whether or not Leo is a good or a bad thing. We're merely here to say that it's a thing. It's used by the government, it's used in league tables, it's used in recruitment websites, and it's something that you need to understand, because behind every data point, behind every statistic, there is a story. There's a student experience, there's somebody who has lived that data. And as president of the union, you have to be able to take that data and make a coherent argument as to what must happen as a result of it. So when you're going to change university policy, spending, or resource, you have to be able to look at this and make that argument, whether it's in Senate, Council, Finance, or the wider public. So that's your task. At 9 p.m., you will be sent this data along with a 5-minute video from me explaining how to look at it. And when you come back, you all have to present for 2 minutes on the data and what you have found. Okay? So just to reiterate, at 9 o'clock, you will be given the link to this data provided by Wonky with an instructional video from me, and when you return, you have to present for 2 minutes on what the story that you have found within this data. Thank you very much. Leicester, thank you. Good night.
Good luck, candidates.
Well, we were expecting spice, weren't we?
Wow.
And there it is. Perhaps one of the most involved presidential challenges that I've seen in my time, Max.
Yeah, that's quite an intense one, to be honest. It's like an assignment.
Absolutely. They've definitely got to go away and do their homework now. I suppose typically they wouldn't have this long in between.
No.
It's rare that we would separate out the presidential debate quite like this. So yes, for those of you playing along at home, that was the first half of the presidential debate. We have VP, voice and chair to come. And then...
We're only just getting started. That's the exciting bit.
And then we get part 2 of the presidential debate. It's going to be beautiful.
Yeah,
so
that was I've just got my mouth open in the commentary feed. I didn't know that was coming. That is an intense one. Because yeah, normally what happens is there's a surprise and it's like bam straight away. No,
you get thrown straight into it. Yeah.
You got to do this. You got to do that. But yeah, that's quite a twist this year. I wasn't expecting that.
It's a good one.
Although of course we were expecting Lord Disco himself, Alan Sutherland, to make an appearance.
Yes, a big cross through Alan Sutherland on the bingo.
Tick that off our bingo.
Yes. Who hasn't sat at the Surrey Decides debate stage for quite some years.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, normally, of course, Alan would be doing our job in the front room with a whole host of pundits. But
Indeed.
That's not happening this year because of COVID, so we're here. So probably after listening to us for 2 days, he was like, no,
we've got places.
Got to be there.
We're on punditry and Alan has graced the debate stage.
Yeah, that's true. So let's just recap then, in case you missed it, what the presidential candidates are having to do now. So they'll be given a set of data from Wonky, which is, of course, Alan's favourite website.
It is.
About how much graduates earn 3 years after graduation. And they're going to have to analyse that data with some other stuff and create a 2-minute presentation that they will then present back to us live at some point later during the second half of their debate.
And they could go quite a few different ways with this presentation. I think he's left it deliberately quite open-ended. Obviously, he's going to be giving them a 5-minute video that they will all see. So they are getting that at about 9 o'clock.
Yeah, and of course,
without spoiling it too much, I think gives them about an hour to prepare their presentations.
And of course, as Alan said, you'll be able to play along at home too. Not sure why you would, but if you do want to, then you can. And I'm sure we'll either see that link on screen or we'll be sharing it with you at some point a little bit later. So
yes.
if you do love data, then you can go and analyse it and pretend to be the presidential candidates on stage. Or you can just watch them make up your own mind about them and think about who you want to vote for, which is what we'll be doing. Although no voting for us because we don't actually go here anymore.
No, we don't. So I'm seeing the nibbits on the end of the microphones getting replaced by our lovely stage crew and wiping down the surfaces ready for your next debate.
I mean, they need to be wiped down a lot because they were getting very close to those microphones.
That's very true. I can see them sanitising them.
We heard screams from the sound booth next to us.
Yes. Although they were encouraged to, of course. So it's
yes, that is
we'll let them off.
That is true. So what was your favourite, your standout moment from that debate then, Joel? Do you think?
Well, I do like Leicester's way of questioning in some situations where he will not stray away from staying on a candidate for a while, focusing on a candidate, letting that candidate not necessarily dig their own hole, but they could do, certainly, but leading them into a more in-depth discussion, rather than what you aren't really afforded in the smaller debates where you kind of have to dance between candidates because you don't get much time. So to see him take each individual candidate and really focus in on a couple of things and get a lot of detail out of them, a lot of context out of them, I think is a very good sense of his sharing. And of course, he's rocking a proper bow tie, which every presidential candidate chair should do.
Of course, yeah. No, I really like that as well. I liked the kind of probing style of questioning that we got there. You know, really grilling into the candidates, and as well as what their policies are. You know, what their leadership qualities are like, how they are really as a person, which I think is one of the things that you can drill a bit more into in the presidential debate, which is what makes it so exciting.
Yeah, you're not electing a robot who's just going to fill out their manifesto. You're electing a real fleshy human being who has real traits and things that are going to either help or get in the way of them enacting their manifesto. And it's quite important that we learn a bit about them as well as their manifestos.
Yeah, but of course my favourite part from that debate was hearing Alan say ejaculating bar charts.
Yes. It does. It's quite an accurate description of what comes out of Senate House sometimes, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean that will go down in history as one of Alan's famous phrases.
Add it to the list of some of his his more colourful Surrey Decides quotes.
We can tell that's something else to tell Ofcom about.
Yeah. So, what do we got coming up next?
Yes.
It's not a secret now. We have Vice President Voice, which I teased earlier. So this is the leader of the Voice Zone, a full-time officer who will take a year out of their studies, or if they're just graduating, a year, kind of a gap year before they go out into the real world, where they can come and have a sabbatical year as a vice president.
What, do you mean being in the Students' Union is not the real world?
No, it's a bit of a bubble, really, isn't it, Max? As I'm sure we've all learned, because we've not managed to escape it yet. So we will be seeing those candidates. We, I believe, have 4 candidates for Vice President Voice. So we'll be hearing from them in the room. Are
there any remote ones in there?
One remote candidate and a remote chair.
Oh, that's going to be interesting. We've not had that before, have we?
No,
a remote chair, but candidates in the room.
No, we've had every other combination, but not quite that. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
We're playing everything. We've been quite confident in our technical abilities this year, haven't we?
Yes. Before that, of course, we'll be hearing from our current Vice President Voice, Theo, who will be giving a little 2-minute speech, 2-minute video, which you've been seeing as we go through, as to his, what he thinks about VP Voice or what he thinks about the candidates. You saw Lizzie's one was very much focused on the candidates and how she likes them. She's being very positive about them. So we'll see what happens in that, and then we will be going to this debate. I'm still waiting to see the chair and the candidate appear in my outside sources.
Yeah, so we still got a few more minutes of time to fill, which we will do beautifully. And why don't we start just by recapping? So if you're just tuning in, you're listening to the smooth sounds of me, Max, dulcet tones of Max and Joel to the right of me. Hello. We're guiding you through tonight, telling you the intricacies of the union, recapping on what's just happened.
Who better to do that, to be honest?
Of course, we know the union like the back of our hands, and even though I've been working, as Joel said, in the real world for the last few months, it's all coming flooding back now. Now I'm sat back in this chair.
Yes.
So if you just missed it, we've just seen the first half of the president debate. Now it's come a little bit earlier tonight because there's a special challenge for them, which Alan, the CEO of the union, just explained there. So they're getting a pack of data from Wonky, which is a higher education website, and that's about how much graduates earn 3 years after their graduation. So they've got to go away, do their homework on that data, analyse it, put it into a nice, I don't know, will there be a PowerPoint? I reckon we'll see some slides.
See, it's very relevant because often within the Students' Union, you will have either data coming in from a thing like a pulse survey or some other survey that goes on, or you'll have to conduct your own data surveys. And then there's no real dedicated one specific person who needs to do the analysis on that. So part of it might be down to you. You can obviously get advice from other members of staff in the union, but if you're a SAB, you might be spending your day trawling through survey data to try and get the message across that you're trying to get across to the university. If they're not taking something seriously and you go and survey the students and they project how important it is to them, then you can take that to the university, but you can't just give them the raw data. You have to present it. So really, it is quite an important applied skill that you might not first think of when running for president. But if you're on, especially for president, if you're on university council or you're on some really high up committees within the university, and committees that liaise between the university and the union, such as when they're trying to negotiate a subvention, which is the amount of money the university pays out of its pot into the students' union to run everything, you're going to need the data behind you to really back up why you think the university should spend its tuition fee money that it just grabbed out of your hands at home to spend on those initiatives or to direct towards those particular causes. So it's quite an important skill that's often overlooked when you run for something like this.
Yes, it's big task, exciting task, very relevant task.
Yes.
It kind of feels a bit like we're in an assessment centre, doesn't it, really? Like watching a graduate job assessment centre live. Because, of course, as we said before, this is, at the end of the day, a full-time paid job in the Students' Union, paid for by you to represent your interests. So
absolutely,
it's kind of, we're putting them through their paces in the same way as if they're applied to... like a graduate job.
It's the closest thing to a job interview that you get for a sabbatical position, is this sort of debate that you get. And the presidential one is always the most grueling.
As it should be.
Back in my first presidential debate was 4 25-minute segments, I think. And that really, they were pretty tied out by the end. There was no gaps in between. There was just a quick gap to, a sort of...
people can get more drinks.
Get a drink or, use the facilities.
Yeah, and speaking of job interviews, I remember last year when I asked them, tell me about a time where you've worked with a difficult team member and how you resolved the conflict. that was a great one. That really.
Do you think back to some of your Stag TV days for any of that?
Oh yeah, no, I've done that before when in interviews. But no, I asked that to the presidential candidates last year, and yeah, that really made them squirm.
Okay, I'm seeing our chair for the next debate. I haven't quite seen our candidate yet. I still see a frozen frame from when Izzy was in. So
we've still got a little bit of time to go. I'm interested to see how this is going to work out with the remote chair and with candidates.
The candidates are likely going to be they can see the chair in front of them on the television screens. Hopefully they're not going to be cranking around to see the chair behind them.
Of course.
Because of course if they don't face the microphones, then nobody in the marquee can hear them. But I'm sure it'll work out okay. Oh, someone has pushed the button. Oh, I'm hearing from my producer.
Yeah.
So I can see the chair. So I believe that probably means we're ready. I presume there's no other outside source candidates.
Yeah, I think it sounds like we're ready to go. I can see activity going on in the marquee. So we're going to go back. We've just seen President, but now we're going to VP Voice. Let's go back to the marquee.
Hi everyone, I hope you're enjoying Surrey Decides. I'm going to do a little chat about kind of some of the things that I've done this year and what I've enjoyed most. I think one of the things I enjoyed most was doing Freshers Week. That was amazing. All the stuff that the guys in the community zone did, running the marquee and the Lake Freshers was awesome. I really enjoyed doing Student Voice Forum a couple of times online. We moved that online and it was really successful. I think it made it a lot easier for people to come, so that was really fun. What else was really good? Oh, of course, working with the team, the SABs and my zonies and everyone else at the union has been amazing. I've really enjoyed having a real job for once, so that's been cool. Messages for the candidates, obviously, just be yourself. Don't worry about anyone else's campaign. Just focus on yourself. Be confident. Don't speak too quickly. Use usual sort of presentation skills and you'll be absolutely fine. Believe in yourself. I wish you the best of luck and thank you all very much for running. Thank you very much for watching and remember to vote. Goodbye, everyone.
Chairing the debate for VP Voice, Sam James.
Hello there, everyone. I'm Sam. I'm back again from last night. And welcome to the final vice presidential debate of this year's Surrey Decides, guys. And it's a biggie. It's VP voice. And as you just heard from Theo there, it's all about democracy, representation, and prioritising the students above everything else. So, without further ado, let's welcome our candidates. Fantastic. We also do have another candidate for this role, Polly, but she is unable to join us for this debate, but she will be on the ballot, and you can check out her manifesto and all the other candidate manifestos online on the Union website. This year, we're taking comments and questions on our website, so whether you're in the market, you're watching from home, just head over to ussu.co/questiontime2021. But please remember, please be supportive of our candidates and know that your comments will not be anonymous. We can see what you're saying. And another quick reminder, although you seem to be doing quite well tonight, to please show your appreciation by just clapping, not cheering. As we all know by now, cheering is against COVID restrictions. But I think that's it. So let's get started. So candidates, I'm going to ask you to introduce yourselves and explain why you are running. So let's start with Chloe.
Hello, my name is Chloe and I'm a third year student at us and the course rep for the 2018 cohort. I would love to be your next VP voice because I believe that students' voice is so imperatively important. We all have a voice that should be listened to, and I believe that I can actively represent your voice properly and that I have the transferable skills from healthcare to be able to do this appropriately.
Okay, Megan, do you want to go next?
Yeah, so my name is Megan, guys. I am a final year law student and also currently on the Voice Zone. And being on the Voice Zone has really shaped my university experience. And what it made me realise is how important student feedback is, student voices, and everything to do with student democracy. Now, I've been representing your views for the past year and asking all those difficult questions to management. And why am I running? I'm running for those students who are currently having to face back-to-back exams in semester 2. I'm running for those students who have those recorded Panopto lectures that they were told last year were not good enough for learning. I'm running for those students who are currently not represented enough in the union. And I'm running for those students who are typing messages on Uni2 and are getting ignored. So if you like that, vote for me, Megan, as one for VP Voice, and let's make a Megan impact again.
Thank you very much, Megan. And that leaves finally with Sophie.
Hi everyone, I'm Sophie. I'm in my final year studying International Tourism Management. I'm the current course rep, student ambassador and event coordinator of the Food and Wine Society. I'm running for VP Voice because I've really enjoyed representing my course mates as a course rep for 2 years, which links to the VP Voice. And so being elected as a vice president will help me make the changes I like to see on the wider university scale. So being multilingual with a hearing impairment, I strongly believe in equality, diversity, and inclusion. So I really want to be that person that people can relate to and approach me with any issue, and even better in any of the languages that I speak. I'm reliable, empathetic, and a great listener. So if you want better education, better inclusion, and better league table rankings, then vote for me.
Thank you, candidates. Great openings from all of you. But let's dive in now with a general question for all of you. And it's this. One of the 4 primary objectives of the Office for Students is that students receive value for money. So a very simple question, do you think that has happened at Surrey this year? And if not, how would you improve that for next year? Oh, yeah, sure, I had to say someone goes first. Got caught up in the moment. Megan, why don't you start again?
Well, the obvious answer is absolutely not. I mean, it'd be ridiculous to say that any of us are getting value for money. I think that hybrid learning has been so inconsistent this year, and there's been so many issues that we've seen through the Voice Zone, but also just as a university as a whole, that's been absolutely ridiculous, basically. So what would I do? One of the things I really am passionate about is fighting for consistency with hybrid learning, making sure that if we are doing hybrid learning for semester one, that it's satisfactory for all students. And another thing I want to do is make sure that students can raise their feedback. I believe that in my role as, if elected as VP Voice, I want to be that approachable VP Voice that you can just approach, give feedback to, and that I can pass that on to management and ask those difficult questions that I keep asking this year.
Okay, thank you. Sophie, do you want to go next? Try your turn.
Yes, so I don't think we've got good value for money. I mean, we're paying £9,000, if not more, for international students. Really, for me, we're not getting good value for money because I think, firstly, lecturers aren't taking students seriously, especially when it comes to assignment and feedback. I think they've been quite lazy this year, and so that's part of the student satisfaction as well. So I think I really want to improve improve feedback with that, and also course reps have had so much, pressure this year as well, and I really want to improve, give them more training and support with that in general. Yeah, but in general, no, we're not getting good feedback, good value for money in any case.
Okay, thank you. And then Chloe, do you want to go next?
I completely agree. Absolutely not. We have not had a good value for money. We pay £9,000, if not more, as rightly pointed out, for international students as well. And while COVID was nothing that any of us anticipated, hybrid learning in the beginning was something we were learning and something that we'd never done before, which I think has to be appreciated. But also going forward in semester one, if we are having hybrid learning, it has to be done right. There has to be consistency and there has to be organisation and transparency. People didn't sign up when they came to university for hybrid learning. It wasn't something that we anticipated. And so I believe that I have the skills from talking to people in hierarchy within hospitals, MDTT teams, and organisation to approach this to create a consistent and transparent form of hybrid learning for students so that we all get the correct education and pay for what we deserve.
Thank you to all the candidates. Those were all great, detailed answers there. But now I do want to dive into each of your manifestos. And this time we're going to start with you, Sophie. So you want to normalise having one-to-one sessions with lecturers in the university. My question to you is, do you think academics have enough time for these sessions? And would you also be expecting postgraduate students who mark some students' assessments to hold them as well? Is this a realistic proposal?
Yes, I think it's part of lecturers' jobs to give proper feedback, and they have consultation hours. They have roughly two to 4 hours a week where you can have drop-in sessions. So a lot of times lecturers always feel reluctant in giving the opportunity to have one-to-one sessions because, yes, it's using their time, but they have those slots and really need to normalise students being able to use that time if they're not happy with their feedback to go up to the lecturer and have, whether it's if there's still COVID, or we are still in COVID, but if we're still in online, to have Teams meeting or face-to-face, even if it's 10 minutes just to go through, it's harmless. It's often better to talk to the person face-to-face regarding your feedback. It's always easier to do it orally than through writing, where often they give just one sentence to say, oh yeah, you did well, or you didn't do well, and that's it. And it applies as well for postgraduates. I think postgraduates and undergraduates should have equal opportunity to have to get that feedback and to get those sessions with lecturers.
Well, I'm just going to quickly follow up because one of my points on postgraduates is, of course, some postgraduates do take time to mark student assessments. So can you quickly just sum up quickly, do you think they should have to hold feedback sessions themselves, or do you think that's not a thing that should be happening?
The issue with I've asked a lot of students, and a lot of the time, yes, PhD students do mark, and they are often the ones that students actually students really not hate, but really don't like, because often the feedback is not as concrete as lecturers. So yes, I think yes, I do think PhD students should be given the opportunity. If they don't have time, they should signpost it to the lecturer to be like, okay, and then the lecturer takes over to give the feedback.
Okay, thank you. Chloe, part of your manifesto suggests you want to focus on areas of welfare and support, but these are areas already primarily covered by the support zone. So what part do you think the VP voice has to play in this area? Are you suggesting that you want to collaborate with VP support on these issues?
Absolutely. There is so much room for intercollaboration within the university. Part of our role in healthcare is that we work as a team. We look at what we can do together, and it's not just one person who's making a difference. So, i.e., it's not just one zone. The voice zone is amazing, but together, when you combine everything else, you get this amazing union that can make change and a difference. So, for example, we could do something great at the beginning of semesters, where the support zone, the activity zone, and the community zone all come together with voice to put on activities, workshops. We can hand out flyers, we can create social media campaigns together in a week to ensure that student welfare is met. It brings open conversations within the university, and it shows that together we stand as one to ensure that the university is meeting student welfare.
Okay, so you don't think that the possible VP support you'll be serving with will see it as stepping on their toes? You'll think they'll be up for collaborating with you?
Why not collaborate? I believe that the VP support do an amazing job. I think independently they are fantastic. My point here is that together as a university, it demonstrates that the Students' Union stands as one. University of Surrey is about demonstrating inclusion, equality, but together when you unite as a team, you demonstrate to your students that you can work together and that as a united force, you are there for them. And so I think our next VP support will be absolutely amazing, as with the other VPs that will be elected. But together, collaboration, I think you can really stand together as one united team.
Okay, thank you. And Megan, you propose in your manifesto a review of assessments and hybrid learning across the university, including digital exams. Now, I think it's fair to say this would be quite a mammoth task. So how would you implement this review, and what would be its main objective?
So I'll cover your second question first. The main objective would be that mostly people have preferred online exams. It's a common thing across all courses. However, there are some students, such as vet students, because of the accreditation, they struggle with online exams. So while some people may think, oh, let's just keep online exams, I don't think it's fair for certain students to keep them. So the purpose of this is just to look at what has worked. Some students are spending up to 16, 20 hours on their exams. And also there's some issues with plagiarism as well. So it's just going from department to department, getting them to look at previous years and getting them to look at this year. Speaking to students, looking at their student feedback on Uni2, getting them to have a look at that data, and just giving them the resources to do that. So I'd be working with the departments rather than taking on the review myself, if that makes sense.
Okay, so can I also just follow up on, you also talk about hybrid learning in that part of your manifesto as well. Do you also want to make a review of this?
No, so what I want to do with hybrid learning is just really highlight how important consistency is. I think this year's been a massive joke in terms of students just having things turned around on them really last minute. Yes, of course, we understand we've had the pandemic, but the amount of things that have just been changed, that have just been shifted around. I've seen people's Surrey Learn pages, which, lecture 1 is really clear, and then their lecture 3 is in a completely different format. I don't think that's acceptable. So what I want to do is really just highlight to management and to staff how important it is to keep that learning consistent, because it keeps students focused, it keeps them motivated, and it makes it easier for them to learn and to do better.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll now move on to a sort of a general manifesto question, because all of your manifestos mention academic feedback as a top priority for the VP Voice position. So in order to help people in the market and at home, can you explain briefly your top proposal to improve feedback for Surrey students? And we'll start with Chloe this time.
So feedback has been a consistent issue. It has not changed within the years that I personally have been at the University of Surrey, and it's just a bit of a joke. I, as a course rep, hear from a lot of people that I get 9 lines of feedback, I get 2, I get 3. The inconsistency is absolutely ridiculous. So we need something that is consistent, that across all degrees, people will get the same level of feedback, because otherwise, as an academic student, how are you meant to improve? How are you meant to better yourself if your feedback that you're being given isn't consistent or in detail? So my main proposal would be to work with the university. I'm aware that there are already things in progress that the previous committee have already put in place or are going to put in place within the coming year. And I am so up for being the person that voices your opinions on this and ensures that we get the feedback that we deserve, because we have to improve as students. I believe that working with the university, we will be able to do this, and it is something that I am definitely up for tackling. I am such an ambitious human and student, and would really love to be able to solve this problem.
Okay, thank you. Megan, do you want to go next?
Yeah, so I include feedback on my manifesto. I talk about continue to raise students' feedback with management. It's something that I've done this year, something I included on my manifesto last year, and it's probably the point I've covered the most. Lizzie has been brilliant this year in that she's run all officer meetings, and they've been really useful, and I've spoken to everyone and continued to ask those important questions. The thing I need to do is highlight what those answers are back to you. I want to utilize the VP Voice Instagram to do that next year, and I want to host more lives, I want to talk to you more, and I just want to gather more feedback and be that approachable person that you can relate to. I can bring my those feelings to those meetings and relay them back. Another thing about feedback is Uni2. Uni2, if utilized properly, is an amazing platform, but staff and students are both struggling with it. Staff are feeling attacks online because students aren't quite wording their feedback properly, but students are also being ignored and having their Uni2 problems shut down. So we really need to work on a cultural change to accept feedback from both sides, and as VP Voice, I'd make that happen. Thank you.
And Sophie, do you want to now take the question?
Yeah, so one of my manifesto points is literally because of the poor league table rankings, and I think I really value on the league tables, because obviously according to the Guardian league tables, we are currently 54th in the UK, and last year we were 26th, and it's just been going down every single year. And because one of the major things is because of the poor student satisfaction with assignment feedback. And so what I want is standardized feedback sheets, something like that, where it's consistent in every module, every course, because even in one course, for example, my course where I have different modules, even in the different modules, the types of feedback I receive are terrible and some are amazing. So I wanted a feedback sheet where it literally says the lecturers are forced to give what went well and give constructive feedback with what could be improved. So you have 2 sections, what went well, what could be improved. And yeah, that's standardized throughout all the modules and courses.
can I quickly clarify on that point? Are you suggesting that each course should have its own standardised feedback sheet, or are you expecting a standardised feedback sheet across the whole university?
I understand that some courses are developed differently, so like language courses will have their own feedback style, and if you're in engineering or in business. But what I would like, yes, is throughout the university a feedback for you, because it's simple. It's just at the end of the day, I don't see why it's difficult that lecturers can't just say what went well or what can be improved, especially when students get a first. Often you get a first, that's great, the 70 to 2, that's great, but lecturers then become more lazy and just say, great overall, that's it. So we need that consistency throughout all of the courses.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. We're now going to take a question from the audience on quite a contentious issue, but I would like a brief answer to this, please. And the question is Surrey Fest a legitimate forum for student feedback? But just a brief answer, just one sentence. And we'll start with Megan on this one.
Start with me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. No, it is not, and yeah, it just isn't, so no.
Yeah, thank you. That was indeed brief. Sophie.
No, it isn't. I think they often just, they often just talk about random things, about a girl who's had with green hair last night and things like that, and I think it's absolutely ridiculous. There's no point in that, so no.
Brief as well. And finally, Chloe.
No, Surrey Fest is not a good place to be leaving feedback. I totally agree. We need to be improving places like Unitu, giving lecturers and course reps the training and proper education to ensure that it is used properly, because Unitu in itself is an amazing platform when used right. So it's the cultural difference that we need to change, and I am more than up for taking on that challenge.
There we go, consistency across the board. Very nice. We're now going to move on to some more manifesto questions quickly. We'll start with you, Sophie. You mentioned in your manifesto that you want to raise more awareness of hidden disabilities. Sorry, of course, you yourself are partially deaf. So what role do you think VP Voice has to play in this area? And how will you encourage all students to get involved in raising awareness? Do you think the university needs to do more to support students with hidden disabilities?
Yes, so according to the Student Life Pulse surveys, 67% of students agreed that the Students' Union represents the interests on disability issues. So I think that's all right, 67%, but it's not enough. I think really, they need to cover all issues of all interests, pretty much at 100%. So what I want with the VP, as a VP voice, and that is to work with, especially with the VP support, on the matters of hidden disabilities, because there's still so much taboo, stereotypes relating to that, and it's about, increasing awareness through campaigns, educational videos, which I can bring through, and then get the VP support to help with that.
Thank you. Now, moving on to Chloe. You want to retain online exams going forward, but the university may have some concerns with this. For example, they claim that cheating and academic misconduct has become more prevalent since the switch to online exams. So how will you convince them to retain them going forward and work with them to represent students' academic interests in regard to fair degree results?
Relates really well back to my manifesto points about hybrid learning, which I think in itself needs more clarity. When online exams first came in, we didn't quite know what we were doing, and there was a lot of discussion around how we would make them academically fair. And I believe that they, during the pandemic, have provided an equality for students to be able to carry on their education. And I think that this is something that I'd really like to talk with management about and really clarify within the hybrid learning, because like the health sciences department, for example, we have safe medicate exams. We have medications exams which have been online. They've always been online. From a sustainability point of view, I think schools use over 2,000 sheets of paper a day. So we're in a university. How many sheets of paper are we using on written exams? Online exams don't we can do them from home, and I think we've learned from the pandemic that it's possible too. But I think moving forward as well in hybrid learning, if people want to do them at home, they could, but we could also try and do them in university settings. So I'm looking more at the sustainability point of view too, and ensuring that within this it's really clear within the hybrid learning how we will carry them on going forward.
So, just to clarify, you don't think the university is going to have any concerns about the academic misconduct?
I think there's room for academic misconduct wherever you go. If someone's going to cheat, which I'm not condoning, I don't think it's right, I think it's plausible in any setting. I agree that it could potentially be a higher risk when you're at home, but misconduct has been a thing right the way through education. It's not just a thing in universities, through GCSEs, through schools, A-levels. If someone is going to, then they will. So I agree with the university that it could be a point of discussion, but I think that together, collaboratively, we can come up with some ways and policies to be able to mitigate this.
Thank you very much. Megan, Empowered Surrey seems to be quite an important part of your campaign in the area of liberation. So can you explain a bit more about what Empowered Surrey actually is and why it would be of interest to students? How would you as VP Voice ensure that this campaign actually makes a difference for students?
Okay, so there's been a lot of candidates this year that have ran about equality and diversity, and there's been a lot of talk about equality and diversity in the past year, but the take-up of the Liberation Network has been significantly low. Now, part of that is due to being in the pandemic, but another part of it is just not understanding what the Liberation Network does, what you're volunteering for, and just general points about it. So I think we need to have a big event at the beginning of the year that represents staff, students, postgrads in particular, and just external organisations coming in as well, and having sort of like a fair, sort of where you can have that casual liberation-like conversation that isn't intimidating and get students interested in sort of the Liberation Network as a whole and what they can get involved in.
Thank you, candidates. Now, we're going to have another question here, but yet again, I want brief answers. So the question is, 35% of students who responded to the union's pulse survey agreed that they can influence decisions made by the SU. As VP Voice, what is one thing you intend to do to make more students feel involved in SU decision-making? But one brief sentence here, please. And we'll start with Sophie. If you need some more time to think, we can move on to Chloe. Oh, sorry, that did not come through whatsoever. I will read it again for you quickly. 35% of students who responded to the union's pulse survey agreed that they feel they can influence decisions made by the SU. As VP Voice, what is one thing you intend to do to make sure more students feel involved in SU decision-making?
I would use the Unit 2 for me is the place to go to, and I think it's not been used enough this year. Still, not many people, not many students have signed up to it to start with, so we need to get that engagement, people to really trust Unit 2 in my Sorry voice, so I would use that, sorry.
Okay, no, it's fine. Chloe, do you want to go next?
I absolutely agree. You as the students, this is your time at the University of Surrey, and you absolutely have the ability to impact on the decisions that the SU make. So I would love to help educate the lecturers, the course reps, and you, the students, in how to use Unity properly so that you can get your voice across, because it's an absolutely amazing academic platform to be able to express your feedback and get it solved quickly and properly to the appropriate people.
And Megan.
So as a PTO, obviously it is my responsibility to currently represent student views, and I've already made a difference in this university as a student. So I'd 100% like to highlight this to other students, that you can make a difference, and just use my approachability and use social media and social engagement just to engage with students and get their feedback and just relay that we are listening, we are relaying your feedback back to management.
Well, thank you, candidates. And we do just have one final question for you. I want brief answers again, and it's this. Later this evening, we have the final half of the all-important debate for Union President. So, simple question. Who is getting your vote to be the next Union President? Would watching the rest of the debate change your minds? Chloe.
I knew you were going to ask this. So I think I'm going to have to watch the rest of the debate to be able to make an informed decision. All of the candidates are absolutely amazing. They all stand for different things, which I agree with: collaboration, transparency, consistency. So I'm going to have to watch the rest of the debate, I think.
That's perfectly fair. Megan.
Hi, so I think all the candidates are good. I have lots of love and respect for AJ, and I wouldn't be sat here without her. But I'm going to have to make my life easier and vote for Izzy. Thank you.
Okay, vote for Izzy there. And Sophie.
To me, it has to be between AJ and Izzy because they have strong manifesto points, and I think that the first part of the question time, they were the ones that stood out to me. So I really need the second part to make my decision.
Okay, well, I think that's all for this debate. So everyone can give a massive round of applause to our candidates. You've all done amazingly. And all I can say is we'll be back after this short break with the next debate, which I believe is for Union Chair. But thanks, everyone.
Well, there you have it. That was the debate for Vice President Voice for 2021. I can see
all the candidates looking quite happy.
looking to get a drink. I can see one candidate gesturing that they should go have a drink. I think a few of them have been sat together this evening.
Yeah, see, it's great. What you can't see is what we can see in front of us, which is every single candidate and all the remote candidates. We can see everything, zoomed in on everyone's faces.
Yes.
So we can see it all.
We're the eye in the sky.
Yeah, we are. Oh, irons. Imagine if we were in a helicopter above the market. that would be fun.
That's what we need, the sort of establishing shot of the market.
But you know what the real eye in the sky is the questions coming through from people at home.
Very true.
A lovely segue there again.
not one of your strongest, but we'll let you off.
You go to ussu.co/question time 2021. You can submit questions, comments, anything you like, really. We've had what's your favourite biscuit through there. But just remember that it's not anonymous, and if you say something inappropriate, you'll get in trouble. You'll get told off.
The anti-back brigade are out on stage in force again, replacing the microphone nibs and giving the rest of them a good wipe down.
Again, see, someone needs to tell the candidates to go just
to mind their closest.
Close to the microphone, not too close, not lips on the microphone.
We're okay in here. We have our pop filters, so I can say Peter Piper picked pickle peppers and it's fine.
Pop.
But these candidates don't quite have the same luxury.
No. Yeah. Oh well. Yeah. Funnily enough, actually, I was just talking to Lester down the marquee, and he said he did hear us tell him not to dance yesterday.
So he behaved himself.
He said he's very self-conscious about his dancing now. So,
right.
Yeah.
Well, in person it's fine. In person,
in person, go for it. I definitely did last year.
Yeah, you've got to make an entrance.
Yeah.
What
have we got to talk about?
So we have, we had some interesting discussion points there, but I think it's better probably to wrap that and establish that they're basically the things we were expecting about assessments and feedback, hybrid learning, representation on campus, and have a little look into what is one of our favourites, I think, is the Union Chair debate.
Oh, yes, that's coming up next, of course. So, Joel, what is the Union Chair? Because I think this is a role that is quite frequently misunderstood or a bit confused, isn't it?
Well, Max, I can give you the insight that you need. So the Union Chair is a part-time voluntary position held for 1 year by a student. And their job is quite high up in the Students' Union. All of the officers, including the president, ultimately do actually have to report to the Union Chair for some accountability. They have to make sure that their manifesto points are being carried out. The Union Chair generally will conduct some kind of accountability reviews during the year. Different versions of this have been established over the years. We had accountability panels a couple of years ago, and we've had a few other kinds of reviews more recently. these can come back to bite people when they then run for things. So I've had times in the past where a candidate puts something on a manifesto, they get in, the union chair asks them whether they've done it, and they go, no. And then they run for election again, and then it gets brought up to them. So you really have to be careful with what you say to the union chair, although they can be a friendly face in the union as well. They can certainly help and be involved in other remits that you're getting involved in. I'm trying to think of some good examples of remits. I guess they can increase participation in union democracy. They work quite closely with the voice zone on that.
And they're also, of course, on the board of trustees, so they're involved in some of the highest decision-making bodies of the union.
So they would be the only student, currently studying student, who would be a director, a trustee of the union.
Yeah, so I think that's a key point, because they're like, in many ways, on like the same level as the VPs and the president, although they're still studying, still a student.
I'm going to make a correction before I get told off. The only elected student, because we are going to be having some additional appointed student trustees in accordance with a motion that's been passed last year's AMM, and consequently at a constitutional convention that took place recently. But that's a very minor point that I had to clarify, because I did make a slightly technically correct statement there.
They've been talking about that for a long time.
Well, it's on the books. It's on the books now, I believe, so I'm sure they'll get it done.
Good.
So I'm seeing our remote candidate for union chair, Renee, already on the outside sources. We have two more coming in the room. We have Ade, and we have potentially Tom. It depends, obviously, who shows up. They might not all show up. Who knows? I'm not in the marquee. I can't see who's there.
So maybe we should explain a little bit about what we're going to probably see in this debate. So
Go for it.
It's going to get a little bit more technical, I think, in this one.
Probably.
So obviously, union chair, they have to be across all of the different rules and regulations and things to do with the students' union. Now, of course, with the students' union, that is quite a hefty paperback called the bylaws. I don't know if you can hear on the microphone.
Over the bubble, yeah.
It's quite a hefty book.
It is indeed.
There is a hard copy of it, and this has rules and pages and pages and pages of rules, regulations, how meetings are conducted. It defines how this process works, how Surrey Decides works, and it's the union chair's job, ultimately, if there's a question about how these bylaws are to be interpreted, then they make the call on that, and they decide kind of how that works.
You may think it's quite daunting, but actually, ultimately, and I'm going to quote from the bylaws here, with that from memory, the bylaws are the instruction manual for how the union should work, and they're not designed to make things difficult, they're designed to make things fair. So they're actually not that heavy of a read. If you're looking to be a zone officer, or you're looking to be the union chair or a sabbatical, it's worth at least flipping through the bylaws, relevant parts of the bylaws, to see how the union works. It's not, and the PDF is available online if you don't want to buy the paperback like we've done. It is actually worth looking into a little bit if you really fancy digging into technicalities of it.
Yeah, but I think we can expect some questions on that, because obviously candidates for union chair should have really done their research on that.
And of course, they're not entirely static. You may be asked the question, what would you change? Because we can, at exec or AMMs and things, we can change the bylaws.
Yeah, also we can expect things, I think, about how people engage students in the union and the decision making of the union, because there's things like exec that happen every few weeks, and the AMM, which I believe is happening next week, I think.
Yeah.
So those are big meetings where decisions are made in the students' union, and of course they're open to any student to go along to.
And the union chair does chair those meetings, and of course, exec is the exec. Has been traditionally, for many years, the go-to decision-making body for when you have something that crosses the union in terms of a motion, something you like to see happen. So typically you would, if it's relevant to a particular area within the union, a zone, they may pass it at that zone level. They may go, we can enact this as a zone. It's a community motion, it's a community point you'd like us to discuss. Or if they decide it's more important and needs to go up to the union, then they can, as a zone, push that up to the exec, which then gets met every month or so to vote on those sorts of things. And students come along and go for or against why they think that thing should happen. It could be encouraging the uni to keep Wednesday afternoons free. It could be, gender-neutral toilets in the union, things like that.
Yeah, and of course there was that controversial proposal to abolish exec. That happened a few weeks ago, so I think we can expect some discussion about that. See what the candidates.
Exec is certainly in a different position this year than it has been in many years. It's spent a couple of years where it's been affected by the pandemic this year, and turnout does vary quite a bit. So it'll be interesting to see how these students can inspire ideas to reinvent the situation. I haven't looked at their manifestos recently enough to know if one of them has that on their manifesto, but certainly to reinvent and reinvigorate decision-making processes within the union, to let students have their voice heard and actually acted on, because it can be quite a swift way to get your voice acted on if done right.
Yeah, definitely. So that's Union Chair. That's the debate that's coming up next. And then after that, of course, we have the second half of the President's debate. Now, we heard the first half before, and of course, the candidates have got this task that they're working on now about data. They've got to do a presentation, so they're working on that now. Busy working on that in the marquee.
Absolutely. So we should hear from them in about, let's see how long this debate's going to be roughly. About half an hour, probably. You'll hear from us again, and then we'll go back to the presidential debate. But for now, I think they're ready. So we're going to go over to the Union Chair debate. We'll see you soon.
Hello, my name's Amina and I'm currently the Union Chair of the Students' Union. This year has been a really interesting year because of the pandemic, but we've been able to work well through it. I think one of the main skills that I've learned this year is to work under pressure, especially when you're in circumstances you haven't fully prepared for. One thing I've learned within the Students' Union, and another thing I've learned as well, is teamwork, communication, and also being open to change and being open to new opinions. But being a part of the Students' Union this year has been absolutely amazing, and I would recommend it for anyone. Over the last couple of months, there's been a lot of discussions about what execs should look like in the next year. So it'll be really interesting to see what the upcoming Union Chair candidates have to propose.
Chairing the debate for the Union Chair, Solomon Manides.
There's no place to hide, so stop the fight, I'm gonna get it. All this running from me, baby, you're gonna regret it. I can understand why you can't free yourself and let it go, 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 go. Got you in my palm, now listen good, you can't escape it. Bring you to my world and hold you, see if you can take it.
Hello everyone and good evening, and I hope you're all ready for the Union Chair debate. So before I introduce the candidates, I'm Solomon, I'm chairing the Union Chair debate. This year we're taking comments and questions on our website. Whether you're in the marquee or watching from home, head over to ussU.co/question time 2021, all one word. Please be supportive of our candidates and know that your comments won't be anonymous. Another quick reminder to please show your appreciation by clapping and not cheering, as cheering is against COVID regulations. And if we could please welcome candidates onto the stage.
'Cause I missed the bright side. She's touching his chest now.
Great, thank you. So let's get started. I'm going to give the candidates a moment to introduce themselves and why they are running. If we could please start with you, Ade.
Hi guys, my name's Adesua and I'm the current RAG chair for this academic year. And I'm running to be union chair because I want to take a proactive approach to get students involved in the union, to hold officers to account, and to create a space that the students want to thrive in. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Hello, I'm Tom Marsh. I'm a second year maths student, and I'm running because I saw real opportunity in this union to bring some proper accountability, and I believe I have the necessary policy proposals to help bring that into effect. So, for example, the implementation of a website that allows a public accumulation of all the information about officers in one place, so it's easily digestible and consumable for people. So yeah, it's accountability, transparency, and outreach.
Great, thank you. And we also have with us Renee online. So if you'd like to introduce yourself and why you're running.
Sure. Hi, I'm Renee, and I'm running to be your next union chair. This year, I've had the pleasure of serving Surrey students as a voice and officer, while also being a course rep, student ambassador, committee member for the Economics and Finance Society, and a placement student at the Bank of England.
I want to be your next union chair because I believe that Surrey students deserve the very best, and they get this when their elected officers fulfill the promises they've made to you. I want to be the person that facilitates this and support all officers in achieving their manifesto goals. I have detailed plans on how I would do this in my manifesto, which revolves around increasing the union's visibility, improving engagement between the union and its students, and having greater proactive accountability. So if you believe in me, my plans, and would like to have a brighter day, go out and vote for Renee.
Great, thank you to our candidates. So we're going to go straight in to our first question, which is a group question to all three candidates. And you have 15 seconds to answer this, hopefully with a countdown timer if stage crew have it ready, we hope. What motions, or which motions have been raised this year? If the countdown timer could please go. Write down which motions have been, right, I've given you pen and paper. Great, thank you. I see you're all still writing. Okay, has everyone finished, or do you want another couple of seconds?
I think another couple of seconds would be nice.
Okay, yeah, sure. Another couple of seconds. Maybe I should have done a 30-second timer. That's bad on my point. Sorry, guys. Why not? Let's go for it. Great, that should be enough time. So we're going to take one from each of you. If we start with you, please, Renee, do you have one, a motion that was raised in the last year?
Sure. So I remember that there was a motion raised about society and sports standings, about making it compulsory and having some kind of strike warning for signatories that do not attend society standings. I believe that this motion did not pass.
It did pass, near unanimously.
Oh.
Okay, Tom?
So the recent motion on the 12th of April, I think, was the last exec, which was basically about the introduction of looking at reforming exec as a body, and I think Amina proposed the motion and it was declined.
Great, thank you. And if you've got those two, you can just show me, I'll be fine. But
I have one that I proposed myself. It was for the Rag Charity Partners. So that got passed. So the motion was to have at least one charity each year that was local to Guildford.
So I'm kind of hoping that they are the three that I've got passed. There was also a discussion on Faith and Belief Council, but that wasn't a motion. I'm kind of hoping that you all know which one's passed and failed. I'm going to ask you, Renee, which one's the one that failed? Oh, sorry. Yeah, Renee, my mistake. Sorry. I'm going to ask you, Renee, which one failed? Do you know which one failed?
So the exec removal failed.
Okay, what I want to do is have a discussion between the three of you about why the motion was raised and how it went. So, does anyone have any idea about why the motion failed?
Can you say which motion was you talking about? The one that...
The exec one, yeah, the one that you mentioned. The one that you mentioned.
Yeah.
So, if we start with you, please, Ade, why do you think that motion failed?
I think it failed just because students wanted to be kind of informed and in the process of the whole reforming. So I think that's an important aspect because although it did come to exec and we did discuss it and exec has opened doors, I believe that we should have been on, the ground, let's say, and get student feedback and what they thought about it prior to bringing it to exec.
Great, thank you. And just having a note, we're running slightly over time, so if you could try to be concise with your answers, that would be great. So why was the motion proposed in the first place, Tom?
So the motion was proposed because there's been a very low participation in exec this year, and Amina felt that because there were so many other ventures to voice your opinion, for example, the Make Your Change campaign, and for example, some of the course reps and all of those, she felt that exec was no longer necessary to bring about the change of what it once did. However, I disagree with that opinion, and we'll splash it more. But yes, I still think there's a place for exec.
Like a bit of discussion about why you disagree and what to do next. So if we go to Ren, and then I will give you a chance to do that. Renee, why do you think turnout has been low?
I think the communication of what exec is and how students can get involved with exec hasn't been communicated properly. I've done some research myself, and I've spoken to students around Surrey, and they do not understand what exec is for and how they can actually effectively voice their change.
Cool. So now what I want to do is come to the three of you about why exec isn't well attended and what can be done, and then after that we'll go into another quick round about what your plans would be, and then I'm hoping you'll challenge each other as to what your solutions will be. So if we start with you, why do you think students aren't going to exec?
I think I have to agree with Renee. Students don't know what it is, and I think it's kind of intimidating the way exec is kind of set up at the moment, which is why I believe that we should be more approachable and as the student union, we should be the first ones to make the steps towards students, to get them engaged in our services that we provide.
So how would you do that? So if you were going to change exec to make it more, well, what would you do to make it more accessible?
Well, on my manifesto, I have a launch Your Union, Your Change campaign. So I just wanted to make it like a social media platform, let's say, so that students have up-to-date information, they're aware of what exec does, they're aware of what the students, part-time officers have achieved, and what has been achieved in the past previously as well.
Sure, but don't we have something similar to that already?
Yes, but there's nothing wrong with kind of reinforcing what we have to make it, enhance what the feedback and experiences that students are experiencing.
But if we have two concurrent plans running together, won't they cancel each other out?
Yeah, that does make sense. However, I could use what's already in place right now and work with it to see how my ideas and the current plan in place can, together, maybe just not, I'll put my idea into it. I'll just see how we can implement the ideas that I have with what's already in place.
Sure, well, that's a communication answer. What about making it relevant? Do you think it's still relevant to students to have exec?
Yes, I do think it is, because I know although the argument in the last exec was that students can just speak to SABs, but if there's some students that might not want to speak to SABs, and then there needs to be someone else that they can speak to, which is why the union chair is there.
Great, thank you. If we go to you, Tom, very similar questions. Why is exec not working, and what are you proposing? Is it still relevant, and what are you proposing so that we're not losing the feedback loop?
So I believe exec is still relevant as a body. I believe the problem with exec currently is outreach. Not enough people know how to use it, and how to utilize its power, but also what it even does. A lot of the people, when I was campaigning for this, had absolutely no idea what exec even was, which is arguably actually quite shocking. So one of the policy proposals I want to do is have a monthly outreach email, basically by the union. And yes, it is similar to the newsletter, but I think the newsletter is quite, slightly crowded with what it does currently. So if you had something, a clear, concise way of basically saying, here's when it is, here's another point, it's just another advertising space out to students, and also a massive outreach campaign educating on not just exec, but other committees within the union.
You could keep answers a bit concise.
Okay.
Great.
Basically within the union. So yeah, outreach, information.
Don't we already do that? I'm not hearing anything that's new.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure we do most of that.
So the thing is, I think because while there is some outreach, especially towards some of the larger committees like exec, I still think there's a long, long way to go because of the sheer number of people who just don't know what it is and know how to use it as a functionality. So as I said, spotlighting committees and having a massive education campaign, especially to first years and freshers, which is also on my manifesto, to basically work with them to help educate them that it is actually there.
One example of what one of those would be, and then we'll have to move on. Just one example of the education campaign for freshers.
So for example, you could do a talk, an extra talk within Freshers Week.
We already do one.
Pardon?
We already do one.
There's a talk about, basically it's like an introduction to the union, but you could do something specifically on saying, here's some of the ways you can get involved within the union as an explicit way.
Thank you. And Renee, if we come to you, if you could do the same. You've already said why you don't think people are coming, but something to revolutionize it, to make it more relevant, and if you don't think it is relevant. You can't hear. Can everyone hear? Because I can't hear. Okay, can you start that again? For some reason there's a sound problem.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Sorry, I was on mute. So as I was saying, there is a good reason for why this motion was brought up in the first place. And if there are problems with exec, we should speak to students. So what I want to do is I want to launch a 1-month campaign where I create some innovative ways to communicate with students and ask for their opinions on how they would want exec to look like. And if they don't want to have exec anymore, then that's something that will be passed. But at least we can say that we have consulted with students and got their opinions on how they would want to voice their feedback. So this is something that I'm
If you want to do it that way, it has to go to the AMM, and the AMM is soon. So don't you need to do that now? Otherwise, it's not going to take an effect in the year that you're in. It will be the year afterwards.
Right. And I don't think we should speed up the process of reforming exec. I think exec still performs relevant functions, and we shouldn't rush something as rash as removing exec.
Okay, great, thank you. I think we'll wrap this part up and move on to some manifesto questions. Thank you, candidates, for your answers. Again, I'm hoping you can be concise going forward. So we're going to start with you, Tom. You talk about anonymous motions. How will this work?
So once again, it's the idea of, because there's, for example, the Make Your Change campaigns, and I wanted to emphasize it on my manifesto to basically is the outreach and continuing reaching out to students. So with the anonymous motions, it's similar to what it currently does, where you make a proposal on a platform like the website with Make Your Change, and then the union chair would basically get to review that. And then if they believe it's a good motion which could be passed at exec, then basically propose the motion instead of someone else.
So if that's the case, then no one's really defending it. So normally what we have is a person defending the idea, going to exec, defending what they want, and it's kind of like a conversation. But this way you have no one defending it, because the union chair isn't necessarily involved in it, they're just passing it through. So we're not missing some sort of... it's liable for nonsense to just come through, and it wastes the union chair's time, but also you then don't have the defense of the idea.
Because as the thing, I'd like to, because obviously some of these platforms, I'd like to basically, the union chair to take up that public defense of said motions. And that's why I think some of the screening platforms, like as on a website, so it would only be taken forward if it was a valid motion, and you could help outreach to that student and help.
Does that not kind of already happen at the moment?
That's why I said it was continuing with the anonymous motions.
Okay, great. Now what we're going to do is we're going to come on to Renee. I have prepared a little video that I'm hoping Tech can put on for us now, if that's possible. Great. So this is me earlier today. I went online. I'm now clicking onto the union. I'm logging in. And I want to have a chat with the president. So we have all the slabs there. We can click on the face. I then book a meeting. And after I've booked a meeting, I can click the time that I want, add my name, add my email, and then I now have a meeting with our union president. I didn't book it, you don't need to worry. I haven't actually booked one. What if I wanted to go to the union chair? A bit more, but pretty much the same thing. I go to the president, go to the union. This is for any of the SAB officers. Get their email. I can send a direct email. And then finally, and again on the home page, I can go straight down, click on, I can't read it from here, but it's to influence your union. I can then add in text. This is one that I wrote a few years ago about sugar-free drinks and Rubik's. I can then add in my idea, ready for a motion to get discussed at the relevant place, and put it in, and then I can submit it. Again, I didn't submit this either because it's already been discussed. But you talk about effortless access to the union. I'm not really seeing in the 4 clicks that I did there where there is effort and what's really difficult. So what do you mean by effortless access to the union, and what more can they possibly do than 4 clicks?
I think it's not accessing the website, but actually understanding what the union is. So that's kind of what I'm meaning by effortless access. So I mean really effortless understanding, obviously because a story manifesto is a bit limited. I couldn't say effortless understanding, right? So I would want to bring the union a lot closer to students using social media, because it's a lot easier for students to go through Instagram, to go through Facebook, and just...
What we do at the moment? You say social media, how's that different to what we're doing at the moment?
So I think right now there isn't enough communication about what each relevant function of the union does. So for example, going back to exec, not a lot of people are aware of how they can use that platform to create change within the union. So by having more social media awareness and through awareness on other means, we're able to actually bring the union closer to students, and thereby they don't have to look too hard to understand what's going on with the union. So, and it's also not just limited to social media. I also have plans on creating a freshers union pack where all of the relevant union things that they need to know throughout the year are already summarized there for them.
Great, thank you very much. Now if we go to the manifesto question for Ade, for you, I've got, what exactly do you mean by going on tour? We have SABs on tour.
So what I mean by that is taking a proactive approach to kind of get student feedback, just engage with students, because I feel as if the union chair isn't really visible, if I'm honest. So I want to I don't know, I'm walking on campus, hi, I'm Ade, nice to meet you, and just introduce myself and be approachable and friendly, because I think that there's some students who have amazing ideas, but they're really nervous about coming to someone's office and say, oh, I have an idea, or submitting something online. They might not have.
But how's that different to the SABs going on tour? Surely people already do that with the SABs on tour.
But the SABs aren't the union chair. The union chair is here to be the lead student representative and to represent their voice. Although the SABs do that, but I'm here as a part-time officer to represent them.
But surely if you're walking around campus, you're only seeing a few students. What about the students that aren't out around on campus and are in their rooms, especially if COVID restrictions continue next year?
I would go online. I would liaise with the comms department just to get communications out there, because when I'm in campus, I don't really mean just Stag Hill. I mean the Hazel Farm, Manor Park as well.
But you're a part-time student. Will you have enough time for this?
If I manage my time properly, yes, because it's kind of similar to the RAG chair position at the moment. So I have been able to manage my time effectively.
Sure, great, thank you very much. So we're going to move on to a group question, and this is, I'd like a very, very brief answer from each of you, what the function of the bylaws are. So if we start with Rennie, if we start with you, sorry. What's the function of the bylaws?
So they're one of the 3 governing documents of the union that they have to abide by and follow.
They have to abide by.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then next I have Tom. What's your understanding of the bylaws?
Yeah, once again, it's a set of rules laid out that basically advise what an officer can and can't do, but also more generally lays out the union and what it, yeah.
Okay,
motion.
The bylaws are set up, let's say, rules that we should follow when certain situations arise. However, the union chair does have, the right to interpret the bylaws to their understanding.
Great. Okay, so we're going to go to a group question. That wasn't the question. That was like the appetizer, shall we say? This year, VP Voice, with the blessing of the union chair, decided not to hold the liberation elections in favour of a network. So we're not talking about whether that was a right or wrong. It's nothing to do with this debate. We're just talking about how the bylaws have been interpreted. So do you think this was the right thing to do? Just basically, yeah. Do you think this is the right thing to do, and how do you think this has played out? And I think if we start with you, Ade.
I think it was the right thing to do, because if something isn't working and with feedback, it's important to kind of make changes and see how those changes have impacted students. At the very moment, based on the Boys Zone Committee debate, I do think it was a good decision to make.
Okay, and if we now move on to Rennie, do you think it was the right decision? Well, not the right decision, but do you agree with this process of interpretation of the bylaws?
Yes, I agree with this interpretation of the bylaws.
Okay, and Tom?
Absolutely. If the rules aren't up to effect and you want to make change, if you want to go in a progressive direction, I don't see a reason why you shouldn't be.
Okay, so I have a question. Since you're all unanimously in favour and no one's against, I have a question. So this was the Liberation Committee and the elections were passed to the student body to vote on with over 400 votes. And then the students, so we've now seen that what's in the bylaws doesn't have to be done, it can be reinterpreted. So why should students have faith in what goes onto a bylaw through the through an AMM is going to be followed, and does this not hinder down what can and can't be done, and faith that students have that the bylaws will be enacted upon? So I'm going to start with you, if that's okay, please, Renee.
Sorry, could you please repeat the question?
Yeah, basically, for it to become a bylaw, it has to go through the AMM, which is the largest student body voting. And now what's happened is something that's been voted for by the students hasn't gone through. So why should students bother with the bylaws if it's not going to be followed through at all and it's not going to be understood or done?
I think it's unfair to say that because one bylaw has been changed, that means we don't abide by the bylaws like fully, right? A lot of these things can change, times do change, and if, as Tom said, if something has become irrelevant or something needs changing, then we should be consulting with students, getting their opinions, and actually enacting the change if they agree with it.
Sure.
So
Tom?
really we're still,
Okay,
getting the input of students.
So the question again is
The question is, the bylaws come in by students voting on them, a large number of students voting on them, and the students have the understanding the bylaws are there and they're going to be followed. But what we've had this year is something that's in the bylaws not being followed. We're not mentioning whether that's right or wrong, just the process. So such students still have faith in what's in the bylaws will be followed, and why should they have faith that will be done going forward?
Absolutely, students should have faith in the bylaws because the bylaws are there to represent them fundamentally. And I don't think this is a massive breaking of the bylaws. It's a clarification to make it more accessible for other groups to have representation.
The bylaw says there should be an election, and the election hasn't happened, so it is a breaking. But technically, this can happen. We're not saying it can't.
My point is not in the specifics. It was on the idea of it. The idea behind it is the representation of minority groups. Which is basically what the Liberation Network serves. So from that thing, it's the fundamental idea is still there. So I think with the bylaws, they're important and they can be followed and they can be trusted.
Okay, great. And finally, if we go to you, please, Ade. Sure. Students have put in students are elected to go in what goes into the bylaws. So that's done at the AMM. And what we've had this year, something that's in the bylaws hasn't been done. So should students still have faith in what they're electing at an AMM are going to be implied, since something this year hasn't been done that should have been done?
I do think that students should have faith in the bylaws and things that have been passed in AMM, just because we, as a student body, elect our union chair, and we should have faith in their decisions that they make.
Okay, great, thank you. We're going to pull over to the final question. So the final question for this year I would like to ask you is if you could all give me something that you've seen in a feature that you've seen in the presidential debate that's already happened that gives you confidence in a president coming forward. So like a skill or something like that you're happy to see. So if we start with you, Tom?
Yeah, so a skill that I've seen is a dedication to the cause. Which is, once again, I think is very important from a leadership perspective to have a good idea, a good policy platform of which to fundamentally implement their changes. Because at the end of the day, if you don't have a policy vision, you're not going to be an effective leader. So, yeah.
Okay, sure. And then if we go to you, Ade?
I've seen approachability, and I think that's really important, especially as the head of the union. Students should feel comfortable enough to kind of approach you with any issues that they have.
Great, thank you very much. And if we finish with you, please, Renee.
I think the quality that students want to see in the union president is a strong sense of leadership and an ability to bring all of the zones together.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you to our candidates for coming on. This is nerve-wracking. You all did very, very well. That concludes the union chair debate. Before I let our candidates go off, I'd like to remind everyone that the the presidential debate concludes after this one with President Debate Part 2. So stay tuned, and that brings an end to this one. Thank you all, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
that was the union chair debate. Max, how did that go?
Wow, that was good. It's always my favourite one, the union chair, because we love a bit of the bylaws, love a bit of spicy debate, and I think that definitely delivered for me.
A lot more focus on bylaws and exec, and perhaps less, although still some, on accountability. Accountability often does take precedence in a union chair debate.
I mean, I guess
quite technical.
I guess that's the more abstract one, though, isn't it? Because that's you're trying to say as a candidate, yes, I will hold people accountable. Whereas things about, like the thing about exec and how are you going to make that more accessible and blah blah blah, like that's more things that you can say, I will do this to do that. I didn't really say anything there, did I?
I believe the data that the presidential candidates were given prior to the next piece of debate has been issued publicly, since it's now on the question time page. I'll await confirmation from staff before I forward that link verbally to you guys, but I'm pretty sure we can talk about it. A lot of data has been thrown at our presidential candidates, and they have been scurried away, you may remember, about an hour ago to create a 2-minute presentation each on the data. It's data about salaries.
Yes, it's how much graduates earn 3 years after graduation.
Yeah. Where are those graduates as well? It's a map. You can see where they've headed, and then how much they're earning. Yeah, broken down by gender, broken down by region of the country, broken down, of course, by university, so we can see not just Surrey but everybody else. And that is at ussu.co/Leo, Leo.
And of course that was the President's Challenge for this year. So, of course, earlier we saw the first half of the President's debate, and then towards the end there's a bit of drama, a bit of a surprise. Alan, the union CEO, came on and delivered their task. And of course, as Joel said, that task was they've got to analyse some data and then present for 2 minutes. So coming up next is the final part of the President's debate, and during that they've got to present for 2 minutes about their conclusions from that data. It's going to be very interesting.
It is indeed. Apologies, if you did want to geek out and see that data yourself, I believe Leo has to be in all caps. ussu.co/Leo in all caps.
Yes,
and
that's
LEO.
data.
ussu.co/Leo.
But of course, why would you want to do that?
But you can see the candidates' type 2-minute presentations and then see whose you liked the best.
And then you can be the next generation of us.
Absolutely.
Who geek out over this kind of data.
Yes. But yes, a lot covered there. Bylaws covered. The fact that different parts of the union are jointly responsible for changing those bylaws, which amend the working practices of the union. So you can amend them when all the students meet at an annual members meeting, and that's one of the most powerful ways of doing so. The trustees can do it behind the scenes, the SABs and the external trustees, or it can be done at exec, which obviously we've been talking a lot about this evening. A lot of mention of exec in that debate, of course, after the motion that was brought to the table last month.
Yeah, it's a hot topic at the moment, isn't it? Definitely. So no surprises there. I think that we heard that discussed quite a lot.
Back in our day, we used to all meet up in some room in MS somewhere, get all of the candidates out, have far too few mics for all of them, and sorry, not all the candidates, all of the exec out, and get far too few mics for all of them, and try and hear them all over the noise of whatever machine was operating in the next room, and that was always fun. But there was certainly engagement back then, and there's been a question of whether it's COVID or any other externalities that are preventing that engagement this year. And I think the candidates had some good ideas in general about that. Got any interesting questions coming in? I suppose they're mostly questions for candidates or silly ones, aren't they?
Yeah, so I mean, what we're looking at now is the questions and comments that you're submitting at home through the union website, which is ussu.co/question time 2021, and you can submit a question or a comment there. And we're looking at them now. There's some stuff about people's favourite biscuits. I mean, obviously, we're not actually allowed to talk about any candidates or candidate performances, so we're somewhat limited in what we can talk about. But there's some great comments about people's favourite biscuits there. There's people saying can't beat a custard cream, and other things also. Of course, if you've got another topic, slightly off-topic thing you want to discuss, why not start that off on ussu.co/question time 2021. We also ticked a couple of things off our bingo. our Surrey Decides official bingo countdown timer. We heard that first time this year, I believe. That was very, very good to hear that. So good, we heard 2 of them.
We did indeed.
Which is good. And also, an actual debate happens. We ticked that off as well.
Very good.
Yeah, Solomon was
still a few. Oh, you've got a line now.
Yeah, we have a line through the bingo. But yeah, the next ones we've got to tick off. I'm not sure we'll get things like chair gets kicked off stage or screenshots.
Yeah, we may. I don't know if we're going to see
some
screenshots. Of course, we had Solomon's cheeky navigation around the union website. Not quite a screenshot, more of a video.
No, yeah, I did like that though. I like when chairs go the extra mile to bring some props and things. Yeah, it's good.
Yes, and no mention of the NUS either. But I suppose we've not been in it for a while. VP voice debate is usually the one where that comes up.
Yeah.
So yeah, no line down there, no diagonal either.
No. Guess the NUS is truly irrelevant now.
Yeah, potentially. Who knows? So yes, very shortly we will be hearing. I can see our remote candidate back now in the outside sources, and we'll shortly be hearing from your presidential candidates, who I'm sure are raring and ready to go, having just spent an hour, mashing through some data that's completely fresh to them. And
and of course now they've got to present their 2-minute presentation to us and to people in the room. So yeah, this is going to be very interesting, I think, to see how the candidates cope with this, and especially maybe like the difference between candidates who are completely new to the union or candidates who've been there a while, current officers. It's going to be interesting to see how different people cope with it, I think.
Yeah. And from what we can see that you can't see at home, it's going to spice up a little bit even more in this finale. The finale is always the best. I'm not trying to brag, but I've done the last 3, and they were always quite fun and spicy. And I loved to sort of play along with some of the challenges that we had and the little, curveballs that we throw. It's almost you do expect the unexpected now at a presidential debate. We've had all kinds of things over the last few years.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one. This is where the atmosphere really heats up in the room. You're going to have all the candidates, supporters there, clapping. Of course, no cheering this year, but clapping as loud as they possibly can. And there are still tables left in the marquee. So if you're on campus or around, this is the one to. If you had to watch one, this is the one to go and watch.
Yeah, they're going to really push up against the reasonably hard limit of 11 o'clock here for the marquee. So. I'm sure that the chair that we have will be pushing through the questions rapid fire to get everybody to think on their feet and have quick responses to questions.
Yeah, scheduled for 50 minutes for this debate, so it's going to be another longish one. They really put them through the paces with the president candidates, because of course this is kind of similar to what they'd have to do on a day-to-day basis if they were elected. They have to have these kind of meetings. Like long slog meetings where they will get challenged quite directly, just like the chairs are doing to them.
Absolutely.
Get challenged about their points by university management, and they have to be able to ultimately defend and stand up for you, for students.
And sometimes they may get data quite late, and they may have an hour to prepare some of this information. So it is a reasonably practical, reasonably well applied practical exercise. I've got to say, I was quite pleased with this little task that we've assigned them. It'll be interesting to see how they pull it off.
Yeah, as well as of course being very entertaining for us to.
Of course, absolutely.
To watch, and I think we are hopefully going to get some. Interesting, insightful, and hopefully some entertaining presentations now.
And then straight after this, or I believe soon after this, voting will open. I believe if it's anything like normal, you better get the union website, log in and click to vote. Or if you don't want to do that, I believe at some point very soon you'll also probably get a voting email. But the best way to go through, if they still have the same landing page as normal, I'd love to get clarification if that's still on, then the best way to go is to go to uta.co.uk and log in and click the link, because then it tallies you up against, you used to have little competitions between clubs and societies and who votes the best. I believe that only works if you go through the union website. So it's always good if you want to support your club to do that. If that's happening this year, I'm sure I'll get a note from a member of staff soon to remind me if that's the case. So yes, when you get that link, you can go in and vote for all of the candidates for all of the positions that you've seen over the past 3 nights, for all of the zones, the chairs, the vice presidents and the president. And as we've all been saying, you put it as a ranked list. In the case of a zone, the top 5 or however many it may be to fill that zone will get elected, and for a vice president or something, then it is of course the top choice. And if no one has quite enough votes initially, then the lowest voted candidates get eliminated. Those ones get pushed to twos, etc. But I think, speaking of the presidential debate,
sounds like we're ready to head back into the marquee for the finale.
So,
Surrey Decides.
Let's do it. Let's return to the marquee for the grand finale of Surrey Decides 2021.
I can't wait.
So, you have just seen your first presidential debate and your union chair debate. You'll be seeing more of your presidential candidates in just a minute, but hopefully you've got a really good idea of what their manifesto ideas are, as well as being able to hear from the union chair candidates. So the union chair works really, really closely with the president, so it's important to keep them both in mind when you're considering who you would like to run your students' union next year. Being SU president has honestly been the job of a lifetime. It's an opportunity that not many people get, and honestly, I have loved every second. You are able to make such an influence to student experience and to student life. And you're able to develop your employability skills by working with the university and standing up and saying no when things don't go the way that students want it to. And that really, really does take some courage. So props to all of the candidates that are putting themselves in that position at question time. Over the past year, I have been so proud of the union as a whole, but also of the achievements that I have managed to implement for students across the university. My proudest has probably been the removal of first offence warden fines. This means that students cannot be fined for a first offence. They are offered to be put on a communal living workshop, meaning that we are actually teaching students what goes wrong and how to handle things better rather than penalising them financially. I have recently introduced a miscarriage and stillbirth policy into the union, meaning that we will be able to support every single union employee if the worst does happen, because we want to be able to support you throughout your time with us. COVID has obviously been a huge, huge challenge, and the introduction of rent rebates and the COVID-19 safety net this year has been two huge achievements in the Students' Union, and that all came from student feedback. You told us that's what you wanted, so that's what we pushed the university to deliver. And hopefully this has supported thousands of you that are on campus and are off campus as well, with the support of our private letter to private landlords. I'm not going to lie, it is extremely strange to see people fighting to be the next SU president. I'm honoured that I am still here till July, so I've got plenty of time to finish up the projects that I've started this year, and I am excited to hand over our bigger ones onto your next elected SU president. I have read each of the president's manifestos, and it's clear that they have such passion to change what they have mandated themselves to do for you. So make sure you stay tuned, you listen to their presentations, see how they do under pressure. It has been an absolute pleasure to be your SU president this year, and I wish you all the best. I'm still sticking around, so hopefully I will see some of you at end of year show, and for the graduating class, hopefully you are really looking forward to GradFest. Candidates, good luck, go for it, smash it, do your best, and just be you. That's all that we can ask for.
Chairing the debate for Union President, Bethany Dawson.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to part 2 of the debate to be Union President. You will hopefully remember, but before they left the stage for the break, the candidates were given a task to analyse some data which shows how graduates from Surrey perform nationally in terms of earnings, by course and by gender. Before we hear from them about their interpretation of the data that they've had to analyse, I'm going to welcome some very special surprise guests. Here to listen to our candidates and contribute some questions too, we're really pleased to welcome Lucy Evans, the university's Chief Students Officer, and Professor Osama Khan, Pro Vice Chancellor for Education. Thank you very much for joining us. Right, if we could welcome the candidates back to the stage. Thank you very much. So as a reminder, we've got Akshan, AJ, Anna, and Izzy joining us. Give you a second to settle back in to the best seats in the house. Oops. Great. Is there any volunteer to go first? You get to choose. It's out of my hands. You want to go first? Cool, we're going first with Anna.
So hopefully my degree in my research classes came in hand for this one. So in the 40 minutes that I analyzed the data, so basically I could see that the University of Surrey came in 85 when it comes to the overall placement in the UK. But a bit of a better one position actually came in terms of positioning in the Southeast when it came into 10th place. So definitely in terms of region is well placed, but in terms of the overall country, it should be improved for sure. But going a little bit more into actual detail when it comes to the courses here in Surrey, I could see that when you are looking at the economics, which is the one that's actually highest ranked when it comes to both genders, males actually were earning 38,000, where females were earning 33,000. So there's a bit of a difference here. And also, another course that was a bit in the middle of the ranking, biosciences. Males were earning 30,000, where females were earning 25,000. Again, another difference when it came to gender. But interesting enough, and actually not surprising to me, the lowest ranked course was actually performing arts, is something that also happens in Portugal. But here there is actually no big difference. Males were earning 20,100 and females were earning 20,400. So, you know, obviously I could go in more details when it comes to all the courses. But I think it's definitely something that you look into when it comes to this gender bias of males earning more, and also employability skills within each department should actually be implemented so that students don't earn as low as they actually earn right now.
Brilliant, thank you very much. So I'd like to invite Osama and Lucy to give any questions to Anna.
Shall I go first? Lucy, go first.
I see a
Sure.
hand raised from Lucy.
Well, I wasn't sure who should go. Osama, do you want to go, or are you happy I will?
Go ahead, Lucy.
Thank you, Anna. That was really helpful. I just have a question for you about your comments about employability skills in each department. Can you tell us a little bit more about how you'd expect us to do that?
Yeah, of course. So each department probably knows best than I do when it comes to the actual employability skills that the students need. So for example, when it comes to technical skills, students should have an implementation of the department should have, or make sure that those skills are implemented. So just an example, I'm in the Department of Politics, so I'm learning RStudio, for example, but also on the side, I'm learning Python to make sure that, you know, my CV, as not having that much experience in the field, actually could help me when it comes to employability. So doing a bit of research when it comes to the actual departments and when it comes to what skills they might need.
Okay, can I just ask a quick follow-up, which is, okay, that example is that that's already happening. So what more do you expect to see?
I think then if it's already happening, it definitely should be improved, because I think the results when it comes to females and males there being such big difference when it comes to a lot of courses, and also being so low ranking when it comes to the overall in the UK, definitely more research should be done within the departments.
Anna, a question for you. Between the two things that you've highlighted about our ranking overall and the difference between male and female, which one should we be prioritizing first?
Ooh, that's a good one. Well, it depends on what mission you want to take on first. You can go on fighting gender biases, which is something that in the 21st century is still happening and shouldn't be. Women should not be earning less just because they are, female. That's just unacceptable. I'm as I qualified as any other male, I think so. But also in terms of ranking, in terms of the overall ranking, you do have to take in consideration that students do look at the overall ranking when it comes to earnings, and also in terms of security when they leave the degree. Obviously, if they see they're very low ranked, obviously they don't feel so secure into coming into the job market.
And you talked about providing them skills at a departmental or discipline level. As Lucy mentioned, that we already do that. And despite of doing the same thing for both our male and female students, the female students are not earning much as compared to the male. So, how does your plan for implementing more employability is going to reduce that gap?
So, when it comes to gender, I think there should be a point where universities in general, not just Surrey, but I think universities in general have a voice about it, because we are the next ones going into the market, the job market. So we are the ones that have to raise the voice and say, like, this is something that's still going on. This is something that needs to stop. Actually coming out with a plan, with a top plan of like raising our voices, making a little bit of noise, let's say like this, and pointing out to our government, like saying like, come on, like there's a minimum salary, but there's still a very big wage gap when it comes to gender.
Thank you very much, Anna. We're going to be moving on to the next candidate. And thank you, Lucy and Osama. Any volunteers to go next?
I'm happy to.
Cool. Over to Izzy.
Thank you, Beth. Having reviewed the data, I think it important we consider how the figures vary based on gender. Before going into more depth about this, I would like to begin by saying that only male and female are given as options, and there are hundreds of students, both at Surrey and other institutions, who are outside of the gender binary, who may not be being represented through this data. So I would foremostly be keen to write to the Secretary of State for Education to encourage them to include non-binary as a gender option in future years, as this would give a more accurate result and would respect the fact that non-binary people exist. Moving on to the key takeaway I have from this data. Looking at our STEM subjects and comparing male to female, our female graduates are on average being paid less than our male graduates. For example, the median salary for female engineers 3 years after graduation is £31,000. However, for male engineers, it is £33,900. The more worrying statistic is that the lower quartile of female engineers are making £15,200, whereas the lower quadrant of male engineers are receiving £28,000. So that's £10,000 difference with the same degree from the same university, and this really does need to be tackled. I think a lot of this comes down to the fact that STEM subjects are sometimes stereotyped as just male subjects, and although student numbers will show that more men do tend to take those courses than women, women in STEM achieve just as much as their male colleagues, and that should be reflected in their salaries. My first step would be research, holding focus groups with our female STEM students, and discussing this gender split with employers too. The university offers employability services to all students, but perhaps it's time to get more intersectional and offer support that is directly targeted at women in STEM so they can have the opportunities they deserve when they graduate. To summarise, this data shows significant disproportions between the salaries of our female STEM graduates and male STEM graduates, and I think this is an issue that should be tackled.
Thank you very much, Izzy. I'd like to invite Lucy and Osama to comment.
Shall I go first this time? Why should we bother about it? Because we are not employing you and giving you the salary. and we are giving an equitable education to all the parts of the student diversity. Why this is a problem for the university to solve?
Thank you, Osama. I'm having a bit of an echo, but can I just confirm that the question was, why should we worry, I guess, because this is for students who have graduated rather than current students?
Yes, so basically the gender pay gap is happening in the employment sector. Hopefully we haven't differentiated between our diverse community of students. Yes, of course, there are other sorts of awarding gaps. So why is it a problem for a university to solve?
Sure. So this is an issue, like you mentioned, that is affecting multiple institutions, not just Surrey. Having a look at the data from a couple of other institutions as well, this is something that is across the board. So it is not an issue specifically for Surrey, but however, I still think it does need to be addressed here at Surrey. I feel that although this is a bit more of a national issue, this is something that we can sort of lead change on. We have connections to other students' unions. Our university staff have connections to other universities. And this is sort of an ongoing campaign and project that we can work on as a sort of a wider group, not just the University of Surrey. But I think there's lots of things we can do internally to help STEM students who are at Surrey specifically.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Could I take a question from Lucy, if there is one?
Yeah. Thank you, Izzy. I know this wasn't a particular point of your analysis of the data, but I was interested in your points around it being male and female and not representing all gender choices. How would you want to work within the university to address the challenges that we have there, as well as contacting the Secretary of State? Could you hear that
Thank you for your question, Lucy. Could you repeat it? I'm really sorry, I'm having quite a bit of echo here.
I'm happy to go quickly if there's not an echo from me. Sorry, don't want to interrupt.
There isn't there, thank you so much.
That's okay. Lucy, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but how do you plan to work within the university to get better representation of the range of genders that people identify with at the university?
Absolutely. I think this is such an important topic, and it's something I want to address within my role as president. I think students overall are pretty good at supporting their peers who are outside of the gender binary. However, I think there are members of staff who perhaps aren't as informed on the fact that there are students who identify outside of male and female, what that means, and sort of the support that should be given to them. So I think it would be really important for us to be able to have some sort of thorough LGBT plus training for particularly our personal tutors and sort of lecturers who do have that sort of one-to-one interaction with students. I think there's lots we can sort of talk about, sorry, so much echo. But yeah, I think I've pretty much summarised that. I'd like to work with particularly personal tutors about particularly the barriers that non-binary students may be facing and the ways in which they can interact with their students respectfully and in a supportive way as they would with any other student.
Thank you very much. Right, moving on to the analysis by Akshant and AJ. Do either of you want to go? Action, you want to go? Cool.
No worries. Yeah. While going through the data, if I have been elected as a student president, my focus would be on two major points. First point would be to consider the category of those subjects or those courses in which earning of students is below 25K. And second category of subjects or the courses would be in which we have the highest median, but the gap is large. So considering the first category of courses, which is about the courses in which the students are earning, like females and males, both individually and collectively, below 25K, they are like performing arts, media and journalism, psychology, law, and sociology. First thing we should consider about is that although the earning is below 25K, but where we stand when compared to other universities of the UK. So it comes to notice that when the subjects or the courses like law and psychology comes or the sociology comes, we are way behind other universities in which the students are getting higher pay. So we must focus on these courses to improve the employability aspect first. Coming on to the second category of students, the second category of courses, which is economics and mathematics, and especially engineering when it comes to only females, where our median salary is high, but the gap is also like the lower income and the higher income gap is also high. So we need to address this gap, and we need to find why this gap exists. It may be because of the students who are earning high. Are they getting any soft skills? Are they also graduating or doing some other course after completing their course? So we need to tackle this problem. And to tackle both these problems, at first, the solution is one which is mentioned in our manifesto, which is about having the collective platform for the alumni, current students, and the staff members. How this will going to solve the problem is that since we will be having the network of our alumni, we could work on the course improvement with them in which the students are earning less. So they could suggest what's going on in this industry. We can modulate the course according to the industry needs. Secondly, in which our like salary is high, median salary is high, but the gap is also high. We can know about like what are the soft skills required in the industry, so we could compete with other universities as well. So this would be my.
I'm gonna have to ask you to finish your sentence.
Yeah. So this would be my final take that I would address on these two category of courses, and priority will be given to these two categories.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
Akshan. You all know the drill. I'm very excited to invite questions from Lucy and Osama. Lucy, I think you're on mute.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My question was why you particularly picked that first group of students in the categories of the below 25,000. Yes, why you've chosen that. Partly because that is reflective of the industries themselves.
No, first of all, see, whenever we work on the data, we cannot work on the data as a whole. We need to find out that burning issue or where we need to do more focus on, where we need to focus more on. So where there is more gap or where we need a large amount of work, we need to focus on that areas first, or we need to work on those areas on priority. So I choose those courses in which our median earning is low, so that at least we could start with those subjects, and I choose the high category of median salaries as well, so that we could promote like the upcoming students that yes, if you join our course, you will be getting high salaries if you do this course from University of Surrey. So that's why this was the reason that I focused on specifically these two categories of the courses.
Thank you very much, Akshay.
So can I just check quickly? So it's about students are choosing their courses because of what they earn after they finish?
Yes, it's about if we consider the second category, it's yes, but not for the first. For the first, what we need to do is we need to improve upon it, and for the second category, we can use it as a marketing tool to attract more students to the university.
Thank you very much, Akshay.
Thank you.
Could we have a question from Osama?
Yes. Akshay, you spoke about the platform, where our staff, alumni, and students socialize and learn the skills they need, which is in your manifesto as well. I'm sure you have heard from the VP Voice candidates. They all talked about the YouTube platform and how only 30% students engage with that platform. So I can't quite see how your platform is going to solve this problem, given the subscription of the platforms is a questionable thing.
Okay. As far as I think your voice was a bit breaking. So as far as I am able to understand your question is that the platform of Unity already exists. So how my idea of creating a common platform for the alumni, current students, and university staff is going to help in solving the problem, right?
Akshat, is not about it already exists. But all the VP Voice candidate highlighted the subscription of the platform is an issue. So even if you create if you create a new platform, it may not reach to everybody. How would you solve then this problem?
As far as I think the Unity platform is only for current students, and what I am planning is I think if we not consider the Uni2, but the another project which university is working on is Surrey Connects. If we are aware about it, it's basically, you can say that it's the base version of my idea where alumni can meet and what happens is on the Unity platform, generally students are hesitant to put up the issue. And if we look up at the Unity platform as well, most of the students who raise the issue, they raise it as anonymously. They don't want to get, because it's a formal platform, they have a bit of hesitation. But the platform which I am talking about, at least we can create a base because we have the huge number of alumni working in various industries across the world, and where students could interact with alumni or past alumni freely and informally, and they could learn more about how they could improve in their skills. So this should be this platform could be a sort of informal communication for students, current students and alumni. Secondly, for the university staff and the alumni, university could use those alumni connections to boost up the employment opportunities across the subject areas.
Thank you very much. We're going to move now to AJ's analysis, if good to go.
Okay, so from looking at the statistics, it is evident that there is a gender pay gap. And this actually kind of links to one of my manifesto points about tackling academics and employment support for marginalised and widening participation groups, because I'm very much aware that there is a gender pay gap. So when I was looking at the statistics, for economics, male, it says the median is 38,000. However, for female, it is 33,900. So from that stat, you guys can clearly see that there is a disparity. This is not just with regards to economics, it's the same across the board for different subjects. And this clearly shows that that is a problem at Surrey, not just Surrey as well, it's also a problem nationally. And in order for this to be tackled, the university should do things such as encourage workshops and events that provide confidence for female graduates to negotiate the pay gap, because I feel like women definitely need to be empowered and need to know that there is a gender pay gap, but this is what you can do to be able to possibly navigate that space. And it's by having conversations about the pay gap that we'll be able to work towards closing and minimizing the pay gap. So for example, this is something that was on my manifesto and something I would like to champion as union president. But let's just say this is me and I'm trying to make a movement, but you can clearly see that the movement is very minimal because it's one ball. However, if the university and the other sabbaticals got on board and we were all moving forward and having dialogues and conversations, you can clearly see that there's more movement and there's more impact towards educating people about the gender pay gap and also ensuring that things are done. So say there's 5 balls, this can be also representative of the 5 sabbatical officers. If it's moving in one direction because we have one goal, which is to better the student experience and support students. So if all of us at the university and at SABS work towards improving the gender pay gap and having conversations, things can be done. Because once we all move together, you can clearly see that there's a lot more movement.
Thank you very much, AJ. Inviting Lucy and Osama to give their questions now.
AJ, thank you very much. I like the demonstration. You talked about students discussing about this issue and having a movement. Do you know what's happening with regards to gender pay gap among the staff at Surrey?
Do I know what's happened among the gender pay gap for staff at Surrey? No, that's not something I'm aware of. However, I did look at it with regards to the Students' Union. So for the Students' Union in 2018, the gender pay gap was 0.85. However, following the recent AMM report, it says the SU's gender pay gap has reduced to 0.03, clearly showing that the SU has done a lot to improve the gender pay gap, and I would like to see that reflected within the university as well as students here at Surrey.
And why do you think it's important that the gender pay gap within the staff is also dealt with for the problem that we are trying to solve, the gender pay gap among the graduates?
We've got quite a bad echo. Could you repeat that, like in a tweet, briefly?
Okay.
I think I heard you say what's going to be done about the gender pay gap for university staff. No? Okay, I didn't hear you.
No. Why is it important to solve the staff gender pay gap to solve the student graduate pay gap?
It's really important to solve the staff gender pay gap because at the end of the day, we are students and we look to our lecturers as inspirational people that teach us. So if we can see that the gender pay gap from staff is also reduced and improved, that will also inspire students to be like, I've seen the difference Surrey has done and I want this difference for myself when I graduate. And it all starts by one movement, like I said. If the university staff members have a reduced gender pay gap, that will also have a knock-on effect on the other students and enable them to actually negotiate their salaries and so forth.
Thank you very much, AJ. Lucy, do you have a question to raise? We're on mute.
You're on mute.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I was trying to help with the echo, sorry. I really like your idea about us working together and making a bigger impact. Can you tell me a bit more about how you'd want to make an impact nationally, beyond the university, as this is a national issue?
Yes, of course. It is a national issue, which everyone is aware of, but at the end of the day, it takes one university to do something that has a knock-on effect on others. So, for example, it's not the same, but other universities have scrapped, for example, graduation ticket fees. If one university's done it, surely other universities can also do it. So whilst it's a national issue, whereby there is a gender pay gap, it takes one university to work towards it, and other universities will surely follow. And that's what it's also about, being a leader and taking a stance on issues that affect students and also affect staff members.
Thank you very much. Right. So it is now time for us to say goodbye to our university guests. Thank you, Osama and Lucy, for being our surprise guests this evening and for all your questions for our wonderful candidates. I hope you've enjoyed hearing from our candidates and putting them under a bit of pressure. For the benefit of everyone watching in the marquee and at home, I want to point out how supportive Osama and Lucy have been of our election process. They are not as scary as they may have appeared to be here. Thank you again, Osama and Lucy. We'll say goodbye to you now and move on to some concluding questions for our presidential candidates.
Good night, everybody.
Right. My first question is going to go to Izzy, so just checking you can hear me okay. You good?
Yep, all good.
Beautiful. So, 3 out of 5 priorities for our Students' Union, as raised by the Pulse survey, are not explicitly targeted in your manifesto. These are positively impacting your well-being, ensuring influence in union decisions and relevant communications. Moreover, there's not much mention of the support zone or voice zone on your manifesto. How can you assure students that you will work for all areas of student need?
So I can reassure students that I will represent them in all areas of student need. I think this is evident through my experience. Having been on the support zone myself, I'm quite well aware of what the support zone does and what a great impact it can make on students. I've done some things that are voice related. I've been a course rep, so I can understand that sort of side of student life. I've been involved in many societies, so I'm sure I can cover the activity side as well. I'm so sorry, I've forgotten what the original question was, Beth.
You're all good. So the question was just, how can you assure students that you're going to work to all areas of student need as president?
Yep, so I've proved from my experience that I have passions in all areas of student life, both academic and extracurricular. I've had all these positions in various different areas, so it's something that I've proved that I have got interest in, and I will continue to have interest in going forward as union president.
Thank you very much, Izzy. Right. My next question is going to Akshant. So when I first looked at your manifesto, there was one pledge that stood out to me, and I know a lot of other students, and this is that you're going to give free COVID vaccinations to all students should you be elected.
Yes.
This isn't under the control of the university or students' union, but the NHS and clinical commissioning groups. Why is this on your manifesto?
First of all, the well-being of each and every student is very important. And another thing is, after 17th of May, teachings would proceed face-to-face as well in hybrid mode. But it will also depend on the COVID situation within the campus and in the Guildford itself. So students should get vaccinated as soon as possible, definitely according to the government guidelines.
Elected as union president, how are you going to ensure that happens? You've said you're going to get people vaccines, which is not under the control of the union.
No. Yes, definitely. Nothing 100% it's not in our control, but definitely according to the government guidelines, as soon as it will going to start, we can have a drive for the vaccination so that each and every student could get vaccinated as early as possible and could participate in various clubs and societies as soon as possible, so that we could again collaborate together and have learning from this diverse culture in the university.
What kind of drive do you have in mind?
What kind of drive do I have in mind? First of all, we could mail each and every student. We could inform each and every student why it's required, although it will depend on the student, from student to student, whether they want to get vaccinated or not. But we need to make them aware that it's in your benefit that if you get your if you get vaccinated as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you very much, Akshan. Right. My next question is going to AJ. So you're pledging to have unconscious bias training for university staff should you be elected. You already pledged to do this when you are VP Voice. How is this pledge any different?
It is different because when you start off a SAB term, you have things you work towards, but certain things get implemented at different years. So, for example, Welfare Watch is something that was implemented last year, but the idea and the initiative started off in previous years. So this is kind of similar to my idea about unconscious training, bias, attendance. So while I was VP Voice, I was working alongside the two staff members that you saw, Summer and Lucy, to improve the unconscious bias training itself. So that's also been revamped, working alongside the EDI team, and the next step is to make it compulsory for all staff members. So it's the same point, but because I wasn't a SAB this year, I haven't actually been able to implement it and make it compulsory and mandatory for all staff.
On the note of improvements, a 2018 Equality and Human Rights Commission study found that unconscious bias training doesn't really do anything in terms of cultures within different institutions. How are you going to change that? As you've said, you wanted to make changes.
Yeah, so I understand. Can you repeat that?
Yeah. So I'm just going to move it here so I can look at you. So a 2018 Equality and Human Rights Commission study found that unconscious bias training does virtually nothing to change people's behaviour. What changes would you implement to try and make that different, to make changes?
So whilst the stats do say it doesn't make that much of a difference, I think like I mentioned before, it takes one thing and one step. So the initial step would be to ensure that it is mandatory for all staff members, and for example, implementing it within the code of practice for staff members to ensure that it's something that is done. And I feel like by having unconscious bias training, it also educates staff members on the subconscious biases that they may have. And then going forward from that, it's by putting things in place, such as the things that I've mentioned previously when I was VP Voice, and I wrote the BAME attainment. So by teaching lecturers or staff members that unconscious bias does happen, for example, having anonymity on coursework and exams paper will enable them to not be biased towards names, because the students' candidates' names aren't there, so it can't necessarily influence the grades and the marks that they're giving students.
Understood. Thank you very much, AJ. Right, my next question is going to Anna. So your manifesto somewhat reads like you're pledging to work on 3 zones rather than manage the whole union and sit on the board of trustees. What leadership skills do you pledge to bring to the presidential role and not just be an officer, even though they're great?
That question kind of got asked, kind of the same one.
I can ask you another one if you want. You want another question? You want to stick with this one?
No, it's fine. I can answer again. It's actually fine. I think, and I'm actually going to repeat, if it's okay, some stuff. So basically, one thing when you are a good leader, and I think that it should be emphasized, is actually being able to listen to people and actually listen to people. Mm-hmm. So basically, if you are a good leader, you have to, the VPs that you work with, everyone from the university, even when you are on the board of trustees, you have to listen to other people's opinions and ideas so you can actually make the best assessment. And I think I'm a very good listener, so that's one of the qualities I think I bring. And also being able to work with different people. Obviously, when you are in a role like a president, you have to be able to kind of assess with every personality. And I think that's something that I also have. What else? Also, I think when it comes to leadership, other previous positions that I had, for example, managing in my volunteer work, being a course rep, I think, for example, raising to the challenge, while I was a course rep, just to give an example, my cohort was struggling with the system that we're learning, our studio. So because our module leader was already kind of giving a lot of our time, what I did was I stepped up to the challenge and I basically created a research study group where I actually am teaching my cohort how to use the system while I'm also learning the system. So obviously I think that's 3 qualities that's very good.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Right, so we now have a question from our wonderful audience to all of our candidates. So the question is, to improve Surrey's university ranking, what do you think university management needs to do more of, and how will you get them to listen? If it's okay, I'll start with Izzy.
Could you come back to me, Beth?
Yep, of course I can. Akshan, you happy to go? Cool.
Okay, so we need to accept the fact that this time our university ranking has fallen down. No doubt in that. And why it has fallen down, we need to dig down to it. But what the student wants, main thing is their value of money. They want the insurity of their employability, that after doing the course, they would be in a much more better condition. So the first thing would be about the employability. And secondly, we need to focus, because of Brexit and as well as COVID situation. This time, if you consider the post-Brexit rules, then even for EU students, the fee structure is same as every other international students. So this time, our focus is going to shift to South Asian countries and South African countries. What would be the motivation for EU students to come to the university and enjoy this diverse culture? So the financial aids and bursaries are also the important part to consider, so that we could generate more, we could motivate students to join this university. So definitely financial aid and employability would be one of the key measures which could help in improving the rank of the university next time.
AJ, you happy to go? Yep. What do university management need to do to improve our university ranking?
In order for university to improve the university ranking, I feel like they need to put a lot more effort and time into improving the quality of students' education, because at the end of the day, we're all here to study, but I feel like there's not consistency across the board for all subjects. So in order for the university to improve its ranking, they need to put together a solid plan, because you know what they say, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. There needs to be a solid plan put forward by the university about what they're going to do to actively tackle the NSS results, because the university are lacking in some aspects, and I feel like having a plan for specific points will enable them to see what areas they need to work on, and that will ultimately enable them to improve. And this kind of links to one of my manifesto points about fighting for hybrid learning policy that works for you. If there is a policy there for students about what to expect from their education and the quality of their education, that will also enable them to perform a lot better, because they know what's expected from them and they know what to expect from university staff members, which will also inevitably have an impact on their grades and their outcomes. So in order for the university to improve its ranking, it needs to prioritise the students and have a firm action plan in place, and that action plan should be shared with students.
Thank you very much, AJ. Anna, are you happy to go?
I think some research actually should be done. So compare why a few years ago we were higher than we are now. So definitely research should be done to see what areas are we lacking, to see if it's education, like AJ said. I think that's a very good point. Or to see, like, you know, we were using this data, and in terms of salaries, the salaries of 3 years after is not that high. So is this also affecting our ranking? So I think research is the key, and obviously looking into different departments, because obviously different departments can have like different rankings. So I think research is the key here.
Thank you very much. And Izzy, are you good to go?
I'm good to go. So I would say that for mostly, I think the university should value the feedback students offer on Uni2. So this was a new platform that was introduced this year, and already lots of departments and courses are really active on that. Students are telling staff directly, there's an issue with this, I don't like this module, we need more information on this. And I think the university really needs to value what students are putting on there, because overall that will increase the quality of teaching. Also, I think it's really important that the university should hold some focus groups with students, particularly in relation to how hybrid teaching is going to look and how students want it to look. I think there should be a focus group for students who are going to be attending next academic year solely remotely, because I'm sure they have lots of concerns that they'd like to raise to university, and focus groups for students who plan to be solely in person the whole year, letting them know like how hybrid learning is going to still make those tuition fees worth it.
Thank you very much, Izzy. Right, so we've got time for one more round of manifesto questions to our wonderful candidates. I'm going to start with Anna, if that's okay. So how will you bring more recognition to bullying, racism, staff mental health, and disabilities, as you've said you'll do on your manifesto? And what will you do to address that?
Address the issue is actually to make people aware of this issue is actually teaching people. I think sometimes people don't recognize that this might be an issue, like cyberbullying or like disabilities, all those things. They don't understand the actual issue because they don't know about it. So obviously having awareness weeks, it will be a good idea, having workshops, having different types of areas, like even having more content when it comes to Instagram, for example, or Facebook, or, you know, the social media. So having a conversation basically with the students so they can understand what's going on and what sometimes they don't know of.
Thank you very much. My next question is going to go to Izzy. Just checking, feed's all clear. You hear me all right? Brilliant. Yep. So your tutoring agency, which is quite a big part of your manifesto, can we be clear that you're proposing that a student will take home 100% of what the client will pay?
Yes, so I know external agencies tend to take a percentage, like 10-20% from what their tutors earn, but with this agency, I plan for students to take home everything that they should, and the agency will not be for profit, just for students.
So how will the union keep this afloat without taking home any admin costs? How much will it cost the union?
Of course. So I've done some research about this, and I understand that the biggest cost for this project would be staffing. However, members of staff within the union, sorry, one second. There is a plan for a sort of small staffing restructure within the union, which would include bringing in a union staff member for employability. So the cost of the tutoring agency, the member of staff who's doing employability would basically run the agency. So there wouldn't be any sort of additional admin costs. The likes of promotional materials, graphics, all those sort of things. We have staff already in place who can cover those sort of things. So there should be no additional costs there either.
Brilliant, thank you very much. Apologies if anyone saw my face turn white, my laptop crashed, but we're all back now. PowerPoint is starting for some reason. Don't need a PowerPoint. My question is next going to go to AJ. So one of your pledges is to scrap graduation ticket fees.
Yep.
Are graduation ticket sales under the control of the Students' Union?
It's not under the control of the Students' Union, but the Students' Union is responsible for representing students, and several students have said they don't feel like it's fair for them to have to pay graduation ticket fees. For example, several other universities don't charge students, such as Exeter, Bristol, Portsmouth, Liverpool and Chester. If those universities can do it, surely Surrey can as well. And I've also seen from the Freedom of Information Act, I've seen that the University of Surrey actually spent $104,000 on the We Can campaign. That is a substantial amount of money to spend to say, we can do this. It's cute, I understand the concept, but I haven't seen the We Can campaign as a source of motivation for me. So whereas if the money from the We Can campaign actually went towards graduation tickets, that would have been more effective. So approximately in the year, there's about 60,000 students who will graduate, and with the money from the We Can approximately 60,000 students will graduate in a year, and if they were to give away one free ticket, that would be £1,500. That's near enough how much they spent on the We Can campaign. So the money they used on the We Can campaign, they could essentially have given this year's cohort of graduates one free ticket to graduation.
Understood. So you're going to lobby the university for this. How can you promise students that that will be successful?
I feel like you just have to try it at the end of the day. That's the best you can do. You have to speak to universities, show them the importance of why it should happen. And because several other universities have done this, it's not impossible for Surrey to do this. If this is what students want, they should do it.
What happens if the universities say no?
If the universities say no, we have to lobby and push and mandate for it.
What would happen if they say no? What kind of more lobbying would you do?
For example, we could do a student referendum, a vote on that, to see how many students actually want there to be free graduation tickets, and show the university to statistics on that. And if students are saying that's what they want, the university has a duty to listen to the students, because at the end of the day, some of us are here paying £9,000 for our tuition fees. International students are spending like double that amount. For the university to fork out just £50 to give students 2 free tickets, we're not really asking for a lot here.
Okay. Thank you very much. My final question is going to go to Akshant. So there is a yoga society, a Zen Sock, and the Support Zone who already all facilitate yoga and meditation sessions through the Surrey Love campaign and throughout other times of the year. Yoga and meditation sessions are already being run. How will yours be different?
How is mine been? Mine will not be different, but what I would try to reach it to each and every student who needs the well-being support. My first focus would be on that, and also the point which I mentioned about the yoga and meditation in that is, it's useful when it's when you learn it from the experts. Mm-hmm. There are many meditation or yoga trainers, but they don't really understand what the essence of yoga or meditation means. And particularly belonging to the country from where the yoga originates, I am in a better, I could not say that in a very better position, but I could really understand the essence that how it could be very useful for the mental well-being, and the physical well-being is of no use without mental well-being. So definitely my focus would be to give, yoga and meditation training to each and every student who needs mental support, because, like again, in first session I have talked about two statistics or two research works which was recently done. And it has come out that the 3/4 of the university students in the UK are suffering from mental illness. So it's a very big issue. Like 3/4 students is a huge student numbers. So we really need to work on it, and we really need some alternative ways. It's not just about the counseling or just showing sympathy to the students, but we really need to find out the alternative ways in which they could really, they could really bring peace to their mind and focus on their work.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Akshan. Cool. I have another question from our wonderful audience. So a lot of students remain dissatisfied with hybrid learning, and they want teaching and learning to be fully in person again, including lectures. How will you stand up for these students in particular? Are you happy to go first?
With hybrid learning, and I know I also not the biggest fan. I do prefer in-person teaching. I learn better like that, and obviously only having online this semester was not the best. But I think students should understand that this hybrid learning, at least in the first semester, is actually for their own good. So obviously, when it comes to security of the students and when it comes to coronavirus, we don't know how the pandemic is going to turn out. We don't know if we're going to have a third wave here in the UK. So obviously, we do have to be secure. And obviously, hopefully, at least hybrid learning is only in the first semester. And hopefully, if things are better, the second semester, the students can come back to campus and have the normal life as used to. But definitely, don't worry, students. We are having in mind you and your opinions. Again, I do prefer in-person teaching, but this is actually for your own safety.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Anna. I'm going to pass the question to Izzy now, if that's okay.
Thank you, Beth. Can I just confirm the question was, what will we do to fight for students who don't want hybrid and just want everything in person?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay, cool. So I think the first thing would be important that I think the university we need to get the university to communicate a bit more as to why this decision was made, as I know there are some uncertainties among the student body as to why this decision was come to, and I think giving the students all the information they need is foremost the most important thing, so they can have an argument as to, okay, I've got all the information. This is why I think we should have in person anyway. I forgot my second point.
Doing good. Do you want me to repeat the question just for a little mental minute? So just what are we going to do for students who don't want hybrid learning, they just want in person for 100% of their time at uni going forward?
Okay, in which case I will, speak to members of senior management and provide, examples of students saying this. I know benchmarking is something that is quite important to universities, so I'd be keen to give examples of universities who aren't doing hybrid, who are doing in person, and showing examples of how that is improving student satisfaction, showing ways that other universities are doing in person safely and effectively in ways that students are happy with, because universities do like to sort of learn from each other and see what their, competition are doing well. So I would show what other universities are doing to members of university management to show them that this is something we should be doing at Surrey.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Izzy. AJ, you good to take the question?
Students who don't want hybrid. Sorry, can you read? Yeah, I'm trying to see it from the screen.
So a lot of students remain dissatisfied with hybrid learning and they want teaching to be fully in person again, including lectures. How will you stand up for these students?
First of all, I want to say I completely understand where students are coming from, because myself as a law student, having lectures online hasn't been the best in terms of engagement and interactions, so I completely would empathise with them with regards to that. Having also said that, I will also speak to university senior management to see if anything can be done about that. But if there is a situation whereby nothing can actually be done to put in-person teaching in place because of COVID-19 rules and regulations, I will ensure that whilst there is COVID happening, and if it's a case whereby it's hybrid learning, there needs to be a policy in place to enable students to know what to expect. Maybe it's perhaps 50% of lectures will be in person, the other 50% will be online, just something in place for students to know what to anticipate if they're not allowed to have complete lectures in person. A certain amount should be in person and perhaps a certain amount online, but there should definitely be that face-to-face interaction because it really does make a difference.
Thank you very much, AJ.
So first of all, regarding the hybrid learning, those students who are not interested, the first try could be if those students could connect to the previous batch about their experience, because the experience will differ from course to course and in fact from module to module. So if they are able to connect with their previous batch, they could able to know like how the hybrid system have worked previously and will it be beneficial for them or not, so that they could take a decision on that part. First thing is that. Secondly, we must get to know about that why they are against the hybrid learning. Is it because of the finances, or is it they are considering that they are coming to a new country, and even if they are they are investing a huge amount here, so why they are wasting their money only in living when they have to do course online only? So could we come up with the plan for those students who want to do the course from their own country only, and they could do the online course from their country and still get their degrees done? So could we come up with with some other fee structure or new plan for those kind of students? So in this way also we could address their problems. And the last resort could also be we could offer them if they want to shift their intake to the next year. So that would be the last option which we could offer to those students.
Thank you very much, Gatshan. So I've got a few more general questions for our lovely team. Just a quick well done to everybody. It's quite cold up here on the stage. And it's late, so well done. We're keeping going. A little round of applause at this point in the evening. Yay. Cool. Right. Next question. So your role as president would focus on negotiating with the university. If elected, who would you set up your first meeting with, and what would you discuss? I'm going to go backwards this time. Akshan, are you happy to answer?
Could you please repeat?
You repeat the question? Of course I can. Yeah. So your role as president would focus on negotiating with the university. If elected, who would you set up your first meeting with, and what would you discuss?
Meeting among university staff or with any of the zones?
Whatever. The world is your oyster. Who's your first meeting with?
Okay. So my first meeting would be with my teammates and the zonal officers and vice president, so that because everyone has a different manifesto, and if I would be working on my manifesto, vice president would be working on their manifestos, and others would be working on their manifestos, then we will come to nowhere. So we need to arrive at the common platform, at the common point, so that we could decide the priorities and take out some good points, which are the burning issues. So for that, I would first like to hold meeting with my own teammates, and then we could proceed to the university staff.
Cool. At the university level, who would your first meeting be with?
With university level, I would like to have my first meeting as a common meeting with, I guess it would also depends on the points which on which we are prioritizing. But firstly, I think as overall at this point of time, I would rather say the student officer and the VC and the CEO. Okay. These three would be priority, so that we can discuss the idea as a whole to them.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Yeah. AJ.
So the first university staff member I would speak to is Osama Khan, because he is responsible for educational aspect. And the one thing I would speak to him about would be the point about prohibiting deadline and exam clashes to minimize the impact on your well-being, because having exams together very closely is very stressful for students, and I think there should be a policy in place which stipulates that exams shouldn't be so close together and there should be a certain time period for exams.
Thank you very much. Anna, do you want to go?
Yeah, I can go. Actually, I was thinking of choosing the same person. I think, again, with going back to the question that you asked before, I think that we should start thinking of a plan when it comes to coming back to face-to-face teaching. So basically, obviously, first semester is a bit set, kind of, in a way. So obviously, having a plan. So maybe like we did this semester, where slowly each course would come, or maybe set out different dates for example, different groups or, different faculties maybe. So definitely coming back with a plan for coming back to face-to-face teaching, I think is a priority, and we do need to do it a bit prior with, a bit of time.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Anna. Izzy. Izzy, do you have... I'd like your answer.
Yes. So I would like to meet with the Chief Student Officer, Lucy Evans. I would start by introducing the pledges of myself and the rest of the SAP team, so that she's aware off the bat what we're going to be working on this year. I'd also, of course, like to discuss the university's priorities for the year, as well as the Students' Union's priorities that I and the rest of the officers team will have discussed prior to that meeting with Lucy.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Izzy. Right, for my next question, we've got a topical one. So it's just breaking news just in that the front page of some newspapers tomorrow are going to say that the government will be introducing new laws that mean students' unions are legally obliged to protect freedom of speech. This sounds normal, but what we've seen this play out as is sometimes lecturers haven't been fired, for example, for having really extreme views, for example, about trans students. If you were president, what would your official comment be on the protection of freedom of speech at universities? Cool. Anyone want to start? It's a big question.
Sorry, can I just ask for a repeat? Apply to protect the... Sorry.
Yeah, no. So National News tomorrow will announce that the government will be introducing new laws that mean students' unions are legally obliged to protect freedom of speech. If you were president, what would your official comment be on this? Just as a reminder, you have 1 minute to answer, because it's getting late.
Yeah, I can go. Obviously, freedom of speech is something that should happen. And as a student or as a president, I think we should enforce. But I think you should also make a difference. There is a difference between freedom of speech and hate speech. So obviously, as a student president, we do have to make that difference. So my comment would be, yes, we do have to respect freedom of speech, but don't forget that hate speech is not freedom of speech.
Thank you very much. Anyone volunteer to go next?
Yes, with regarding freedom of speech, if it's been legally applicable, then the first thing we need to ensure is that we should not, the freedom of speech is useful when it's been raised, when the voice is raised in a proper place, on a proper platform, and in a proper way. So we need to ensure this this thing, that it's been raised in a proper way, and we will appreciate that news.
Thank you very much. AJ or Izzy, who would you like to go next?
I'm happy to go.
Cool.
So I think freedom of speech is accountability, and students should be able to say things that their university and their union is doing right and wrong. But like the previous candidates have mentioned, there is a difference between free speech, and hate speech is not included within freedom of speech, and the university and the union has a zero tolerance policy when it comes to hate speech, and that is something that I will always promote. So my comment would be that as if taking hate speech out of it, freedom of speech is incredibly important, but freedom of speech is not hate speech.
Thank you very much, Izzy. And AJ.
If we're legally obligated to protect freedom of speech, then essentially that is what I will do. But people also need to remember freedom of speech does not mean freedom from consequences. So if someone says something that is discriminatory, there will be consequences for those actions. But at the end of the day, everyone is entitled to an opinion. However, if the opinion is something that impacts other students, something that is racist, something that is transphobic, there definitely will be consequences.
I don't think I've ever heard anything louder. Thank you very much, AJ. Right, I have one more general question for you, well, like 1.5, and then I'll let you go. So, as president, you are going to follow Lizzie. You're going to follow in Lizzie's footsteps. You're not going to be following Lizzie. Can you name one thing that she has done that you want to continue if you get elected, and one thing that you would do better? You have 1 minute. Any takers? You go first? I'll give you a minute to digest. Izzy? Let's go.
Yeah, so I'll start by saying that Lizzie has been an amazing president. With Lizzie, our SU has achieved safety net, rent rebates, and so much more, so she's been truly amazing. I think one thing I'll definitely continue is the all-officer meetings with relevant members of university staff. I'd like to bring in staff from various different areas, so perhaps catering one week, accommodation another week. I think this is a really great pledge that I'd like to continue. As for something I would do differently, that was part of the question, right?
Yep.
Yeah. As for something I would do differently, I have taken time to speak to Lizzie in advance about this, but I think I would take relevant managerial training at the very start of the year as my president, rather than halfway through, as Lizzie did. She did share with me that after the training, she was able to help us VPs more, particularly with minor sort of conflict resolutions, and I could definitely see that in her after training. And together, her and I agreed that the next president should get those trainings in at the start of the year, so they can lead the team to the best ability from the get-go.
Thank you very much, Izzy. I'm right to time too. Anna, you have to go next.
I think one thing that stood out from Lizzie's presidency was actually she put students first. And I think that should continue. Students should continue to be first when it comes to the Students' Union. And one thing that I would improve, I think inclusivity, I think there are still people that don't feel part of the community, of the Surrey community, so something that should definitely be improved.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Anna. Passing over to AJ, if that's okay.
Something that I feel like Lizzie has done this year, let's start again. Something that I feel like Lizzie has done very well this year is staying on topic and being very aware. So, for example, the current events that happened in Palestine, she released a statement and said something about that. When there was racist posters being put up on campus, she said something about that. So that's the one thing that I feel like I've really admire and respect, is that when things have been happening on campus, she's very quick to react and say something and do something. One thing that I would say I would do differently is because we have different mandates, we have different manifesto points, but one thing that I say would be different from my if I was president, one priority that's different from me in comparison to Lizzie would be equality, diversity and inclusion. Whilst I do know she's said things about racism and she's spoken up about Palestinian issues and stuff like that, EDI is something that's on my manifesto that I would push for a lot more.
Thank you very much, AJ. And to Akshan.
Yeah, first of all, this time what Lizzie has done well in her tenure was raising the issues of university accommodation of students, which students were facing the problem of university accommodation when the government has not allowed the students to come back to the university. And she has solved it at the end. So thumbs up to her for doing that thing. And what I would like to improve upon is that I think due to this time, the meetings of the student union were online. So there was, I guess so, that there were communication differences or communication gap. So I would like to improve upon it.
Brilliant.
This time.
Thank you very much, Akshan. And for actually my final question of the evening, I would like to know that if you're elected president, who would be your ideal dream team? So your vice president and chair team. Who would you be picking? I'll give you a minute. Well, not a whole minute, like 15 seconds-ish. All the VPs and chair. The countdown music is going on in my head, but I haven't asked stage crew to do it, so just imagine it.
Let me think.
Do, 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 do. There we go. Okay, cool. I'm not doing it. It's not in my... It's not happening, babe. I'll sing along. Cool. Was that good? Yeah, it was a bit shit. It's all right. Right, Dream Team, who wants to go?
I think, for VP activity, I would choose Ben.
Cool.
For VP support, I would choose Laura. And for, I think...
we got voice and...
We got voice.
Community
yes,
and chair.
I think for VP community, it would be Patty. And one is left, I think it's VP voice.
Yep.
All right. I need to guess for that.
Yeah, and chair?
Chair, I think Reg.
Cool.
Yeah, and VP community. I have to.
Great. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
AJ, you got a dream team in mind?
Yes. So, VP activity, Amy. VP voice, Sophie. VP support, Laura. VP community, Sam.
Great. Chair?
Chair, Ade.
There we go. You heard it here first, folks. Right. Anna, you want a minute?
Oh, I'm trying to not forget any names. I'm very bad with names.
That's okay.
Community, I hope I'm not missing people. But community, I will choose Samantha. Sam, I think that's a name. I hope. Sorry, I'm very bad with names.
That is, you're good to go.
Sorry, I'm very bad with names. For support, I chose, sorry, I had to check the name because it's a Amy. Sorry, when I say I'm very bad with names, I'm not joking.
It's cool. For the people at home, it's late and lots of people have had their bedtime already.
And it's very cold.
So yeah, it's really cold. So fill out noises a bit.
So for chair, I chose Renee. I'm sorry.
No, you don't.
Let me see, what else am I missing?
We done community and voice?
So community voice. Oh, I'm missing someone. Is it Ben for activity? Is Ben, right?
Yep,
I'm so bad with names. And there was so many candidates and they're so very good, so it's very hard to choose. So yeah, community was Samantha.
Yep, sorry.
Sorry.
I'm tired, guys.
I don't know if it's Sam. Oh, she's here. Wow, I can't see. I don't have glasses. And so VP. What am I missing?
Support, voice.
Oh, voice. Ooh, that was a hard one. I'm not gonna lie. That was a hard one.
Gun to your head. What's happening?
Was it? I hope I'm not mixing. But was it Larry in voice? No, I'm sorry.
Larry's in support.
Oh, I really like Larry also, sorry. I don't know.
Over there.
I can't see.
All good.
Oh,
Cool.
I don't know, I'm missing, I have no clue.
It's all right, that's your dream team?
Yeah, I'm so sorry for support. For voice, I can't choose yet.
That's okay.
I think I was missing VP voice.
Okay, sorry, VP voices.
So for VP voice, I would choose AK.
Cool, thank you very much.
Yeah.
And Izzy, your dream team, please. Wait, did you choose chair?
Yes. So the VP candidates were all outstanding, so it's a really tough decision, but part of the president role is making tough decisions. So based on question time, manifesto, and experience. For support, Hache. For activity, Zach. For community, Nathaniel. For voice, Megan. And for chair, Renee.
Brilliant, thank you very much. Right. It is time to conclude tonight's debate. I've had a wonderful time up here as chair on all 3 nights, just to let you know. Candidates, I hope in some way you've all enjoyed it too. It is a bit chilly, it has been tough, but I want us to take a moment to show our appreciation for these candidates and for all the candidates who have come up onto this stage, virtual or not, over the last 3 days. I also want to add that the union's election processes are entirely student-led. We're a team of volunteer student chairs, and we have worked together to create the content for tonight's debates. We hope you've enjoyed getting to know the candidates for the last 3 nights. I'd like to give you a very brief reminder, if you've enjoyed these debates, that the union's annual members meeting takes place tomorrow at 12 noon online, should you be, and it should be in your student calendars. I hope you'll join us there. It's now time for me to hand over to the current union president, Lizzie, for a very special announcement. Please welcome Lizzie to the stage, and thank you very much once again to our candidates.
Candidates, breathe. I'm not going to throw anything at you. Don't worry. You're done.
You're done.
Well done.
You're good.
You did all amazingly. I was so proud sitting down there, so congratulations. And congratulations, Izzy. I know we can't see you, but I know you're there. So, just to wrap up, our final question times. I know you thought you'd seen the last of me, and I promise I'll be quick so you can all go home. So I hope you have enjoyed the question time debates. I'd like to thank the whole union who's worked together this year, especially Hannah, Alex and Kath, our voice team. Huge round of applause. Thank you to our very special data presenter, our very own Alan Sutherland. And a special thank you to the whole current SAB team and the whole PTO team who have been absolutely phenomenal in getting nominations and recommendations. It's just been amazing as always. A huge, huge shout out to our candidates, chairs and moderators this year. Remember, they are all donating their time to make sure you can make a really informed decision. A huge thank you to Lucy Evans and Osama Khan for joining us for our special surprise. I hope it wasn't truly traumatic. A huge thank you to Stag TV and Stage Crew for all their amazing work in making this happen. A huge round of applause to Stag TV and Stage Crew. So, just before we get to the big moment, for any of you that haven't voted in student union elections before, just a brief overview of the election process that we use called single transferable voting. So when voting does open, you'll have the option to vote for all of your candidates for all of the different zones. We want you to put number 1 next to your first candidate, but please do select your second, third, fourth, etc. candidate. If your candidate who you voted number 1 does not get elected, your candidate who you have put number 2 will then gain that vote. It means that your vote will not be wasted. So please do put them in order and try and fulfill all of the options, because it means that your vote and your student voice won't get wasted. So, now the moment we've all been waiting for, and the moment where you can start using your student voice. Let's get ready for voting to open. Voting closes at Saturday the 15th and followed by results. Voting is now open. So as I said, voting closes at 7 p.m. on Saturday the 15th and is shortly followed by results afterwards. You will be able to come to the marquee and see your results live, or you can see them from home. I hope you all have a lovely evening. I know it's late. Thank you, presidential candidates. As you can see, it is chilly up here because I've still got my coat on. Good luck in any coursework, exams, or placement that anyone has. And one final time, thank you for supporting your student union elections.
So, Max, how did you find that?
That was incredible. So good to be back and to watch that again. Yeah, I loved it.
It was pretty good, I think. Yeah, we've covered a lot of topics we were expecting to cover.
Star of the show, definitely Lucy Evans' cat and the tail. Special mention.
Absolutely,
to that.
yes, we'd love to see that. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. That's it for the 3 nights. The 3 nights of debate. Maybe it'll be the last time you ever hear our voices over this election process. Although I said that last year.
Yeah, me too.
So
no, I think that really is it now.
But yes, go ahead and vote. Go to the union website, uk, or use stu.co/vote now. Log in and click the link. You'll also get a nice little. I think we've still got the. Charts will start appearing based on which departments and societies have voted the most. So treat it as a little competition to get your mates to vote as well.
Yes, yeah, thanks for keeping us company the last 3 days, sending in your questions and comments about biscuits and pedestrianisation of Norwich City Centre. We've loved it. We've loved watching here, watching all the candidates.
I think there's not much left to thank because Lizzie did all the thanking there. So I guess for now it is a good night from all of our candidates and chairs, and it's a good night from Max.
Good night.
And it is a good night from me. Good night.
Voting is now open in the student union elections. To vote, all you have to do is go to www.ussu.co.uk and log in with your university username. Remember, rank the candidates in order of your preference with a 1 for your favorite. You have until Saturday at 7 p.m. to vote.